question says, write a program that produces the following output. In your program, substitute the question marks with your own name. If necessary, adjust the position of the number and the numbers of the stars to produce a rectangle. Well, we're going to solve this by finding the dimensions of the rectangle, but we're going to do that by counting the number of the stars that has the rectangle. So let's count. They're like 1, 2, 3, 4, 29, 30, 31, 32, 34. So there are 34 stars here. So in C++, I can just write cout 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, no, 34. And then we can just put end line to move the cursor to the following line. Now we're going to calculate to find the position of the first letter in the following sentence in the programming assignment 1. So P here appears in the 6th position because if you count the number of the star, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, it comes at the 6th position. Let's see here, position number 6. So we do in programming in C++, we will do cout, and then we put the star 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and the 6 we will write programming assignment 1, and then we put the space, and then the last character is a star, and then now we can put the end line operator to move, manipulator to move the cursor to the following line. And also now we're going to consider also the amount of space that the first characters leaves from the star. So here it comes at the 7th position. So in C++, I'll write okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then 7th position is a C. So computer programming 1, computer programming 1, the Roman 1, and then the last character is a star. End line to move the cursor to the following line. Now go again, cout. If I count the number of the characters here, including the spaces, that makes 22 characters in the following sentence: author, Noe, and Shindy. So that makes 22 characters. So what can I do to find the amount of space I can put on the left and the right? I can just do 34 minus 22 divided by 2, okay, which makes 6. So that's also just 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then the 7th position is author, Noe, and Shindy, and the last character is a star, and end line to move the case of the following line. Again, cout. Now here we're also going to check the number of the characters on this side. So they're like 1, 2, 3, 4 characters, and the 5th character then D. So we can just write here 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oops. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, and then due date Thursday, Jan.24, and then star. End line to move the case of the following line. Now for the last line here, we can see that this line's last row here is the same as the first one. We can just copy and paste the first, copy this, and passed. And then when we press enter, et voilà. Now let's compile and run. Et voilà, we have this. The rectangle displayed. Thank you. Well, the question says write a program that produces the following. Well, this is how we're going to solve this. We're going to label the position of the first and the last characters of each group. Okay, like here, for instance, we can count. Let's say this is 1. Okay, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So this is 9 position. And then I need to count here, but I cannot count the space. It's difficult to count the space, so I'll move on the first on this line. But now remember, there's a space here, also a blank space there before the plus. So I must count this one as 10. So this is like 10. And then the first plus sign comes at 11, and now so 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. 21, 22, 23, 24. So which is the 24th characters. And then we can put 2 blank space here, 1 and there. So now 20, so we say 25, 26, and then that's 27th. And then we can count also to the last character, which is the 41 position. Now, here, for instance, I need to count also, we say 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So 17 is here, that's the 17th position, that's the 18th position, the following plus. And then here, this because this is 29, 27, so 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33. So 33 here, and 34, excuse me, 38. Yeah, 34 and 35 there. Then we can now write C++ code. So I can go there, say cout. We have C, and then how many C's? 9 C's. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then we can just put space until the 18th position. 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 17 is a plus, and then 18 also a plus. And then we count until the 34th characters. So 19, 20, 33, 34, 34, it's a plus. And then 35 also a plus, and then we need to put more spaces to 41. So 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, and 41. And then we can just put a semicolon there. Space there, semicolon. I mean, end line and then semicolon. Oops, lowercase. Now, we did that one. Now we need to write also the following line. It has 2 C's here, not 9, and then the following are plus same position. So I'm just gonna copy whatever I have here because they're similar. I just press past, but I will substitute the C by the following 7C by space, okay? Because we only have 2 C characters here. So this side we only have 2 C's. So and then the following must be spaces. So seven space characters. So I'll start counting 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So okay, the way okay, there must be like that. 7, 8, 9. Voila. So now it's correct, and then this following character, it has 2 C's also, but it's from the 11th position, there's a plus. So I'm gonna do cout let's count C, uppercase C, C, 2 C's, and then so 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. At the 11th position, I write C plus, and then 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, up to the 24th, 23, and 24. And then I'm gonna leave two space, blank space. 25, 26, and then in the 27th, I start 27th, I start to put a plus, okay, plus to the 41st, okay, to the 41st plus. Alright, so we want now we can just put end line to move the cursor to the following line. I need a lowercase end line. Okay, now see out and 2 C's again. In the following, now in this line, the following line is just the same as the previous line, so we can just copy and paste. Copy this and paste it there. And then the last two lines are just the same as the first two lines, so I can just copy this like that and then paste, copy and paste. Now we can compile this and run. Now we have it, C++. Thank you. Well, the question says consider the following program segments, and it's the program segments now. A, write a C++ statement that includes the header file, IO stream, and then B, and then C and D, E, F to G. Well, the first question is A, write C++ statements that include the header files, IO stream. So this is done by writing the hashtag include IO stream, and the following question is B. It says write a C++ statement that allows you to use the C in, C out, and end line without the prefix stds. So now this is done by the help of using namespace std semicolon, and then the following question is write C++ statement that declare the following variables num1, num2, num3, and average of type int. So I will declare my variables here. Let's say int num1, num2, num3, semicolon, int average, semicolon, and then the all type int, and then the following question is question D that says write C++ statement that stores 125 into num1, 28 into num2, and negative 25 in num3. So let's say num1 equal to 125, num2 equal to 28, not equal but stores is stored 28 is stored in num2, and num3, but we write num3 equal to negative 25, but we mean store negative 25 into num3. And then the following question is E. It says write C++ statement that stores the average of num1, num2, num3 into the variable average. So this is where I will say average. I will say average equal to, and then I say num1 plus num2 plus num3 all over 3, because there are 3 of them that the average, and then semicolon. And then statement question F says write C++ statement that outputs the values of num1, num2, num3 and average. So there I will say to output the value, say cout num1 equal to t num1 and end line to move the case to the following line, and then cout. I can just copy and paste this. And then there we say num2 equal to num2, and then we'll do the same here also. Num3 equal to num3, and then cout average equal to average. Return 0. Now let's compile this program and run. Now you can see that num1 is 125, num2 28, num3 nearly 25, and average also. But now let's see if this is really true. Okay, this is a calculator. Okay, I'm gonna enter the values 125 plus 28 plus negative 25. When you press enter, we go to 124, 128. Now that 128 divided by 3, and this is equal to 42.666666. But why it displays only 42? Because average and was declared as an integer. Okay, it was declared as an integer at the time. Thank you. Okay, this question is similar to the previous question, but only the difference is we're going to change. This is question 4 now. Let's see question 4. Question 4. And then we're going to change some values here. We're not going to use the int variables anymore, but we're going to use the double. Let's see, double. And then the values also changes. 125 is no longer, so we say repeat. So instead of 125, we store 75.3. We store in 75.35, and then we store in a negative 35.56 into num2, and into num3 we store 15.75. Here we store 15.75. Okay, and then we calculate the average. So we're going to do some changes here. I want to change this into the data type here. It's double now, double, and same also for the average. Same data type, double. See, double, and now the values, they are 75.35, and num2 is a negative 35.56, and num3 is num3 15.76. So 15.76. And now, okay, we just need to compile the program and run. And voilà, we can see this displays the result. Thank you. The question says, consider the following C++ program in which the statements are in the incorrect order. Rearrange the statement so that it prompts the user to enter the length and the width of a rectangle and output the area of the perimeter of the rectangle. Well, in C++, variables are not performed without them being declared first. So I'm gonna start by highlighting the where in the program where they declare variables. So I'm gonna first take int length, int width, and then int area, and then int perimeter. So these ones, I'm gonna say int length, width, length, width, and then I go int perimeter, and then area, and then I'm gonna consider the groups of the statements where it prompts the user to, like here, it prompts the user to enter the length and then record whatever the user types the keyboard and then moves the cursor to the following line. So this, but now here I will change the order because it must first prompt the user to enter the width and then record whatever the user types and then move the cursor to the following line. And yeah, so I'm gonna go say cout enter the length, enter the length, semicolon, in record whatever the user types, so say length, and then cout moves the cursor to the following line, cout end line moves the cursor to the following line, and then here I will change the order. Instead of starting by in, but I'm going with cout enter to prompt this to enter the width, enter the width, semicolon, and then in comes in width, semicolon, and cout moves the cursor to the following line, end line, move the cursor to the following line. Now, now we need to calculate perform calculations. Here I can go. Okay, the area of the rectangle is given, so area equal to length times width, semicolon. Now we also need to calculate the perimeter because that is not mentioned, so we need to add it. Perimeter should be 2 times length plus width, semicolon. So we did this area, calculate it, and then we also did the perimeter, though not mentioned because it was supposed to be displayed here. The last it was supposed to be displayed here. Okay, here we display the perimeter and the area. So we go okay, cout area equal to area, cout perimeter equal to perimeter. Now we are ready to go. We can compile the program and run. Et voilà, the program is running. It says enter the length. I'm going to say, let's say the length is 5. Enter the width, let's say it's 3, and I'm going to press enter. We have the area 15 and then the perimeter 16. Thank you. Well, the question says consider the following program, and then okay, A writes C++ statements, B, C, D, E, and it must display this. Hello Donald, on Saturday you need to study 4.5 hours for exam, something like that. Okay, Now let's move in C++. Well, question A here. Question A says write C++ statement that includes the header files, IOStream, and strings. So I go IOStream, and then include string, and then the following question B says write C++ statement that allows you to use cin, cout, and endline and std without the prefix std. So we're going to do write using namespace std semicolon, and then question C says write C++ statements that declares the following name of type string and study hours of type double. So here I can just declare say double name. Okay, strings first, string name, and then double study hours semicolon, and then question D says write C++ that prompt the user to input string into name and a double value into study hours. So to prompt the user, I want to say cout, please enter your name semicolon, and then cin name, and cout to move the case of the following line, cout end line, and then stand, and also for the study hours we will do cout enter study hours semicolon, and then cin record whatever the user types study hours semicolon, and then cout end line, we've moved the case of the following line. And then question E says write a C++ statement that output the values of name and study hours with the appropriate text. For example, the value of name is Donald, and the value of study hours is 4.5. The output is hello Donald, on Saturday you need to study 4.5 hours for the exam. So I'm going to do cout hello Donald, say cout hello name, and then hello name, and then exclamation marks, and then on Saturday you need to study. I can just I don't want to write a long statement, so what I can do is okay, just see on Saturday you need, and then to study hours. Now say study hours for the exam. Now see the construction, because I first write my text here, and then inside the insertion, the extraction operator, I write the name of so that it's going to be, it will display hello the name that the user will prompt, that's the program will prompt the user to enter, and then display this message of so that you need to study and this also the amount of hour the user will type. Okay, let's compile and run. Okay, enter the name. So let's say Donald, and then set the hours. Let's say 4.5. So when you press enter, it will display hello Donald. Also that you need to study 4.5 hours. But I need space between this and all this. So what I can do, I can just adjust. Put. Okay, I can just put end line there and then stand. Now the program will compile this. Okay, and run. If I say Donald and then I press enter, 4.5 hours, press enter, share the message. Hello Donald, on Saturday you need to study 4.5 hours for the 4.5. Oh, I need to display hours for the exam, so I can just add it. Hours. Okay. Let's debug. Let's compile and run. Now we can write. Let's say Donald's 4.5. Voila. Hello Donald, on Saturday you need to study 4.5 hours for the exam. Thank you. Well, the question says write a program that prompts the user to input a decimal number, and the program will output the number rounded to the nearest integer. Let's first draw the number line and see how this program will work. So I'm going to draw my number line. Let's see, number line somewhere here. Okay, and the number line, let's see, I'm going to put a value like 4 here and then 5 there, and those numbers are going like endlessly like that. Now we do know that in between these two numbers 4 and 5 there are infinitely many decimal numbers, and then the middle point, the intersection, I can call the middle point between 4 and 5 is the number 4.5, and all the numbers, okay, this is like the demarcation here, all the numbers that are lesser than 4.5 are closer to the integer 4, okay, closer to the integer 4, and the numbers that are more than 4.5 or equal to 4.5 are closer to the integer 5. Reason why, if for instance we have a decimal number like 4.3, this will be rounded down because 4.3 can be somewhere here. Okay, let's see some. Try to be accurate. 4.3 maybe somewhere there. It will be rounded down and to 4. Okay, and 4.8 for instance, which can be here. 4.8 is much closer to 5 than it is to 4. So 4.8 would be rounded up to 5. Now, how can we make this? Is the big challenge. How can we make the computer understand this? Okay, let's give you a trick. Imagine that we add the decimal number 0.5 to these numbers. Okay, if we do 4.3 plus 0.5, and then this equal to 4.8, and now we do let the computer consider only the integer part. So you see that 4.3 will be rounded to 4 if we just make the computer take the integer part. Okay, so now same thing, if the number is 4.8 and then we plus 0.5 to it, we plus 0.5, and then this will be 5.3, and then if we let the computer to consider only the integer, the computer will take only 5. So 4.8 will be rounded to 5 to the nearest integer. Now let's do that in the program in C++. I'm going to declare a variable like decimal number. Okay, let's see double decimal number. semicolon. And then the variable, like call it rounded as integer. Now, if I say, okay, cout, enter a decimal number, cin decimal number, and then cout will move the cursor to the following line. And now we do this strategy. I want to see rounded now, which is an integer, can only display integers. I can say rounded equal to decimal number plus 0.5 semicolon, and then I can say here decimal number. Okay, let me see decimal number is rounded to, let's say, to rounded. Just another space there. Now, here decimal number is a decimal number, plus a decimal number will be a decimal number, but because rounded is an integer, it will only consider the integer parts. Now let's compile the program and run. Okay, it displays this now. Let's compile the program and run. I say enter decimal number. I want to say 4.3 for instance. And then when I press enter, it says 4.3 is rounded to 4. Because 4.3 is much closer. It's much closer to 4 than to 5. Now let's check this out. Type also for 4.8. So I'm gonna run this program again, and okay, enter decimal number. Let's just do, okay, enter decimal number. I say 4.8 for instance. When I press enter, it says 4.8 is rounded to 5. Of course, 4.8 is much closer to 5 than to 4. Thank you. Well, question 8 here says, okay, we're going to write a program that will display this. Let's say A, B, C, D up to K. Okay, let's see. Well, so now let's say question A. Question A says write C++ statements that includes the header file iostream and string. So these are there. This one and include string is fine. Now B says write C++ statements allows to use C in, C out, and inline without the prefix std. So using namespace step. And then C says write C++ state that declares and initialize the following named constant: secret of type int initialized to 11 and rate of types double initialized to 12.50. So I do here const. This is how we write constant in C++. So const int secret equal to 11, and then const rate equal to 12.50 semicolon, and then const double, const double must be lowercase double. D write C++ statement that declare the following variables: num1, num2, and new num of type int, name of type string, and hours worked, and wages of type double. So declare variables. Let's say int num1, num2, new num of type integer, and then string name, and then double hours worked, and wages, semicolon. E says write C++ statement that prompt the user to input integers and store the first number in num1 and the second number in num2. So let's see. Cout, enter two integers. Oops. Integers. num1, num2, semicolon, cout, end line. Okay, so we're done with this. So end line must be end line like that. Okay. Now the following questions. F says write a C++ statement that output the values of num1 and num2, indicating which is num1 and num2. For example, num1 is 8 and num2 is 5. Then the output is the value of num1 is 8 and the value of num2 is 5. Correct. So we'll do cout okay. The value of num1, say the value of num1 is num1 and the value of num2 is num2, semicolon, end line. And G says write C++ statement that multiply the value of num1 by 2, adds the value of num2 to it, and then stores the result in new num. Then write statements that output the value of new num. Okay, so here I go. We say cout. Okay, that I will display it afterwards. Let's first do the calculation. It is say that multiply num1 by 2, add the value of num2 to it, and then store in the result of new num. This simply means I'm gonna write it here. New num will be equal to num1 times 2, num1 times 2 plus num2. So new num will be num1 times 2 plus num2, and then output the results. I say output is the value of new num. So let's see cout new num. The new number is new num. And then each is write C++ that statement that outputs the value of new num by adding the value of the named constant secret. Then write C++ statement that output the value of new num with an appropriate message. Okay. So let's see. So this will do. We will do a new num. plus equal, plus equal secret. Okay, update, and then to output now the result, I go cout the new number is updated to new num, semicolon, and then I says question I says write C++ statements that prompt the user to enter a person's last name and then store the name into the variable name. So let's move a little bit this. So I'm gonna say cout enter your name. Cin name. Cout end line. Now we can move J says question J now. Write C++ statement that prompt the user to enter decimal number between 0 and 70 and then store the number entered into hours worked. So let's see. Let's see enter hours worked. Cin hours worked. Cout inline. Okay, I need to say hours worked between 0 and 70. 0 and 70. And then hours worked. And K says write C++ statement that multiply the values of the named constant rate with the value of hours worked and then store the result into wages. So let's say wages equal to hours worked multiplied by rate, and then okay, and now write a statement that produces the following. So this will be I'm gonna say cout name and line and pay rate. Let's see cout pay rate. This will be the rate and line, and then rate must be in dollars, so we'll say dollars like this, and then hours worked. So cout hours worked. This will contain the variables hours worked, and then salary, cout salary dollars space salaries will be wages. I just need to put some spaces here. So if we cout and like okay, now let's compile the program and run. Okay, I'm gonna say enter. The program says enter two integers. Let's say the integers are let's say integers are 4 and 7, and then when you press enter, say the value of num1 is 4 and the value of num2 is 7, as the question says. It says here and then a new number is there, and then enter your name. Let's say enter my name, and then when I press enter hours worked. Let's say 50 hours worked, and when you press enter, it tells my name, pay rate, hours worked, and a salary as supposed to display here, like name rainbow, pay rate, worked hours. You can just try to write this and then see how it works. Okay, if I enter decimal number like 4 and 5, and then enter your name, I'm gonna enter this name, rainbow. Let's see, rainbow, and then hours worked. Let's see how many hours worked. This says 45.5, 45.50, and then when you press enter, you see it displays name rainbow, pay rate 12.50, hours worked 45.5, and then salary is this. Thank you. Well, after that we understand the problem, the following step is to plan the logic. We can either use algorithms, pseudocode, flowchart, etc. Here is what I call algorithm, which is the sequence of steps and rules that takes to solve a problem. Let's say the first step here is to prompt the user for the input to enter the text, and then the second step should be to get the data, to record whatever the user types from the keyboard, and then step 3, equal the inputs. This is I think this is important because the program tells back the user whatever it types from the keyboard, and then step 4, calculate the average, and then by using this formula, the sum of all the tests divided by 5, and then the last step is to output the results. Similarly, we can also use pseudocode, which is a human-like representation of the step that takes to solve a problem. So I'll just say start and then add test 1, get test, display, calculate, and output, and that's all. Well, the question says write a program that prompts the user to enter 5 test scores and then print the average test score. Assume that the test scores are decimal numbers. Alright, let's first go ahead through our imagination and see how this program is supposed to work. Imagine that we have a program that's prompts the user to enter 5 test scores. Like here, I'm going to take random numbers like 95.1, 94.2, and 96.3, 97.4, and 98.6. Okay, and now when I press enter, the program must display the tests and the average test score. Thank you. You're welcome. We're going to solve this problem by following the programming cycle. Of course, these steps may seem overly elaborated, especially for smaller programs like this one, but it scales up well when the program becomes larger. The first step here is to understand the problem. Okay, this is where we ask ourselves a few questions like what should be the output, Okay, something like what are the outputs, what is or what should be output, and then we also list the inputs in the question, and then see how the outputs relate with the inputs. The output in this question here is the average test score. So I'm going to say average, and the input is 5 test score. So average here, I mean the output is average, and then here the input is 5 test score, 5 tests. Now how the average and relate to the 5 test score, average will be the average must be the sum of all the tests, sum of 5 tests, all divided by 5. Now after that we understand the problem, then we can plan the logic. This is where we select which step to follow, how to order those steps, and then we can select a programming language to write the code. Finally, we want to test the program. Well, after that we understand the problem and plan the logic. The next step is to choose and select a programming language to write the code. Okay, this is where I ordered my steps. This is where I call this step this method is called pseudocode. It's a human-like representation of the step that takes to solve a problem. Okay, this is where we plan the logic. Now, after that, we plan the logic of this question. The following step should be to write the code. Now, I'm going to do that by the help of this pseudocode. It is important to note that in C++, variables are useless unless they are declared. So the reason why they are declared here ahead before I declare, because I know I'm gonna use 5 test scores, so I declare them as double because the question says here that there must be decimal numbers, so I declare them as double, data type for decimal numbers, and same also for the average. Then I think it is a good programming habit to let the user know what the program does. So that's the purpose of this sentence. This program calculates the average of 5 test scores. Now, in my pseudocode here, when it starts, it says enter 5 test score, enter 5 test score, and then I'm gonna do these 2 steps together and get the 5 test score. So here I'm gonna say, okay, it will prompt the user to enter the 5 test scores separated by space, and then record whatever the user types on the keyboard, and then moves the case of the following line. Then the following step is to display, okay, whatever the user types. So to display the test score. Okay, now I will equal the input, so this will display whatever the user types, and then the following step is to calculate the average. So now average, as we said, the formula is given there, average equal to test 1 plus test 2 plus test 3 plus test 4 plus test 5 plus test 5, all divided by 5, and then this my column. Then the last step says output the average, so I'm going to say cout tests average equal to average. Now let's start the program, test the program, which is the last step. We compile the program and run, and then it displays this. Okay, enter 5 test scores. I'm gonna take random 98.3, 96.5, 97.4, 91.8, and 99.9. Now when we press enter, it displays the 5 test scores and the average. Thank you. Well, the question says write a program that prompts the user to input 5 decimal numbers. The program should then add the 5 decimal numbers, convert the sum to the nearest integer, and print the result. Okay, let's first see, go ahead and see how the program is supposed to work. Okay, let's enter 5 decimal numbers. I'm going to click on the decimal numbers. 3.68, 9.51, 4.78, 5.02, 345. And when we press enter, the program has to display all the 5 decimal numbers and display the sum of decimal numbers and the sum rounded to the nearest integer. And we can see that 27.1 to the nearest integer is 27. Thank you. Correct. Welcome. Okay. Now we're going to solve the problem by following the programming cycle. I always say, even though the problem is the method may seem overly elaborated for smaller program, it scales up well when the program becomes larger. So let's get used to it. The first step is to understand the problem. This is where we ask ourselves questions like what are the outputs, like the output, and then the inputs, and how they do relate. Okay, the outputs in this question is the sum to the nearest the sum first should add the 5, so the sum of the 5 decimal numbers, and then also the sum to the nearest integer. So here we have 2 sums to calculate, so sum, and then also sum to the nearest integer, sum rounded, call it like that. And then the inputs here, they are just the 5 decimal numbers. So here the input is 5 decimal numbers, decimals. Then after that, we understand the problem. Okay, we need to see how they relate to each other. According to the question here, they said, okay, sum must be just be the sum of all these decimal numbers. So sum of decimal numbers, and sum there will be the other sum is the round. So we're going to round sum. Okay. After understanding the problem, the following step is to plan the logic. This is where we select which steps to follow in order to, and how to organize those steps in order to do the following, the third step, which is to write the code, and then the last step is test the program. While the steps that follows understand the problem is to plan the logic, we can either use algorithms, pseudocode, or flowcharts, or whatever we need, as long as we can plan the logic. I'm going to use the algorithm here. The first, I prefer to do this way. First step, prompt the user to enter 5 decimal numbers, and step 2, get the data. Step 3, echo the input to let the user, the program tell the user what it does, the input, and then calculate the sum of the decimal numbers, and by using this formula, decimal 1 plus decimal 2 plus up to decimal 5, and then output the sum of the 5 decimal numbers, and then round the sum of the decimal numbers. Well, now that we already understand the problem and plan the logic, the following step is to write the code. So I'll do that by the help of the algorithm that we designed earlier. Let's say it's algorithm step 1 is prompt the user to enter 5 decimal numbers. But it is important to note that in C++, variables are not useful if they're not declared before. Reasons why we declare variables here as decimal 1, decimal 2, decimal up to decimal 5, and we also declare the variable sum decimal. Now, I think it is a good programming habit to let the program tell the user what it does. So, so this is where it will prompt the user. I want to say, no, I don't mean, I will say, cout, a message that says this program, this program calculates the sum of 5 decimal numbers and round the sum to the nearest integer. And now let's prompt and record whatever the user taps the keyboard, and record. So we will say enter 5 decimal numbers separated by space, and these are the 5 decimal numbers separated by space and line. And the following step is to echo the input. So we'll do this. Okay, test one. At the first decimal numbers, to the second decimal number, up to the 5th decimal number, and then process. This will calculate the sum. So I can do sum decimal equal to so I can just do decimal decimal 1 plus decimal 2 plus decimal 3 plus decimal 4 plus decimal 5, and then semicolon. Then to output the results, I can just say cout sum equal to sum decimal, and then cout sum equal to. Now here I'm going to add something new. To round the decimal number to the nearest integer, we can use the cast, the static cast. So I can do static casts. Okay, let me first use, I can use the round function, round sum decimal. Okay, it's easier like that. And then this will round the number to the nearest integer. And then, yeah, now let's compile the program and run. Or voila, and then we have it. This program will calculate the sum of 5 decimal numbers and display the sum of the sum and the sum of the nearest integer. The sum to the nearest integer. Okay, let's enter 5 decimal numbers: 7.41, 8.52, 9.63, 3.21, 2.47, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then when we press enter, and then we have all the numbers, and then the sum and the nearest integer. Thank you. Well, the question says write a program that prompts the user to input 5 decimal numbers. The program should then add the 5 decimal number, converts the sum to the nearest integer. Alright, we're going to solve this by following the programming cycle. We don't just sit and start coding, okay? I know this approach seems overly elaborated, especially for smaller programs, but it scales up well when the program becomes bigger. So we want you to get use of it. the first step here is to understand the problem. Understand the problem is when we ask ourselves a question: what should be the output? What does the user want to see? Okay, the user wants to see a program that will add 5 decimal numbers and then convert the sum to the nearest integer. Okay, all right. Now, what about rounding to the nearest integer? Imagine I want to draw a number line here. I imagine numbers are like we have a number 4 here, a number 4 there, and a number 5 here. Okay, integers 4 and 5. And now in between 4 and 5, there are infinitely many decimal numbers, starting from 4,0001 up to 4.99999 and then 5. Okay, there are infinity of them. Now, to round decimal numbers then to the nearest integers is like if the decimal part, meaning the number that comes after the comma or the dots, is less than 5, then this rounds down. The decimal number is rounded down. But if it is more than 5, then the decimal number will be rounded up. For instance, if for instance we have a number like 4.4, to the nearest integer, you can see that 4.4 is closer to 4 than to 5. So the nearest integer is going to be 4. And if the number is like 4.6, for instance, the nearest integer is not 4, but it is 5. Okay, so now how can we make the computer, the program, understand this process? Okay, assuming that we declare the sum as integer, even if the sum of all these numbers as integer, even if it will the sum here will be floating point, it's the integer value will ignore the decimal parts. Okay, so now how can I do that? Imagine if I add a number like 0.5 to this 0.5 and 0.5 to that. Now by adding 0.5 to the decimal numbers and then declare this decimal number as integer, it will round my decimal number to the nearest integer. Check this out. 4.4 plus 0.5 is equal to 4.9. And then if I declare this as integer, it will just ignore the decimal part and keep the integer 4. Of course, 4.4 to nearest integer is just 4. And then we get 4 here. But now what will happen to 4.6, for instance? If I add 0.5 to it, this will be 5 points. This will be now 5.1. And then if this sum is this number is declared as integer, it will ignore the decimal parts, and then the answer will be 5. You can see now 4.6 is rounded to the nearest integer, which is 5. This is the technique we're going to use here to round this decimal number into the nearest integer. I know for later on we will learn some C++ functions that rounds to the decimal part, because I'm following. I'm solving this problem using the student in mind, the chapter you're busy doing. So we didn't learn about functions, rounding function yet, but I'm gonna give you an idea. I'm gonna give you some rounding functions later on. So this is how we understand the problem. And the next step is to plan the logic. Plan the logic is we're going to decide the steps. Okay, which step to follow to solve a problem. Okay. To do that, there are some I can call it technique or methods. Okay, one method is the algorithm, which is sequence of steps, okay, and rules that's required to solve a problem. Or we can also use the pseudocode, which is a human-like representation of steps it takes to solve the problem. And then they also flowcharts, okay, flowchart. And then we will then write the code. Here I'm going to use C++ to write the code of this problem, and at last we're going to test the program. So we're going to execute the program. So execute. Thank you. Now we're playing the logic. I'm going to do the algorithm, so the step by step and the sequence of steps and rules that takes to solve a problem. So step one here must be prompt the user to enter 5 decimal numbers, so decimal 1, decimal 2, 3, decimal 5. And the second step is to get whatever the user types from the keyboard. And then the third step is to equal the inputs, which is this is to output what the program reads. Without this step, after the program has executed, we shouldn't be able to know what the input was. And then the fourth step here is to calculate the sum of the decimal numbers. And then the fifth, okay, by using this formula, sum decimal equal to decimal 1 plus decimal and so on and so forth. And then the fifth step is to output the sum of the decimal numbers. And then the last step here is to add 0.5 to the sum of decimal numbers and declare it as an integer. Thank you. Well, it is also easy for some people to use pseudocode. Pseudocode is just a human-like representation of logical steps it takes to solve a problem. So here is the pseudocode base of the algorithm we made. Now we're going to the next step, which is to write the code. Well, after that, we have done the first two steps, which is understanding the problem and planning the logic. We also going to do now the last two steps, which are write the code and test the program. Now we're going to write the code with the help of the algorithm we designed earlier. You can use the algorithm or the pseudocode. So I prefer to use the algorithm. Now, first, let's say prompt the first step says here prompt the user to enter 5 decimal numbers. Okay, but in C++, we first declare variables before we ask the user to enter the value of these variables. So now we need to declare these decimal numbers, and they're of the type double. So we need to declare the variable. So I'm going to say double decimal 1. This is how I want to label it. So decimal 1, decimal 2, decimal 3, decimal 4, and decimal 5. Okay, now I declare my decimal variables. Okay, prompt the user to enter. Now I can start doing my step 1 to ask the user to let the program ask the user to enter these decimal numbers. I'm going to use the cout operator and then the insertion operator, and then okay, let's say enter 5 decimal numbers, semicolon, and then enter. The third step says equal the inputs. So I'm gonna say no. The second step says get the data. Okay, get the data. So I'm gonna say cin the extraction operator, and then I'm gonna let the program record whatever the user types in the keyboard. So this is what the user types in the keyboard. I'm gonna say okay. I'm gonna use extraction operator here. Another one there. Another one here. And one also there. And then the first step, the last step must be, let me just space. Okay, the third, okay, we did the first two, so we did this one and that one. Now we're going to do 3. Step 3 says equal the input. So this is where I can write cout let's just say number 1, number 1 equal to, and then there I will put decimal 1, and then end line, and then 3, 4, 5. Okay, I have decimal number 1, and then number 2 will be decimal 2, and then decimal 3 here. Number 3 is decimal 3, and number 4 is decimal 4, and then number 5 is decimal 5. Yeah. Now we have decimal numbers, and then the first step here is to calculate the sum of the numbers. So we're just going to calculate the sum of the decimal numbers. Okay, now do the sum is going to be the variable. Now I can use my variable here, sum decimal, but it were not declared before, so I need to declare also double sum decimal. Just put a comment there, sum of decimal numbers. Then to calculate the sum, I'm just gonna do sum decimal equal to the sum of all these 5 decimal. Just gonna do this. It's gonna be plus 5 plus then plus and plus, and then the next step is here it says outputs. Okay, I did underline them. I did underline 4, so 4, and then now we're doing 5. Outputs are the sum of the 5 decimal numbers. So there, just gonna do cout sum equal to, and I say sum decimal. So line, and then says so step 6 will add 0.5 to the sum decimal and declare it as integer. So I see also okay, I prefer to put it here to write here rather, because I say it said add 0.5 to the sum of the decimal numbers and declare it as integer. So I'm gonna say somewhere here, I'm gonna say okay, int sum rounded. I put it like that, sum rounded. Okay, right there, but I prefer to declare it here, and yeah, some decimal needed a semicolon there. Now int sum rounded. Now I'm gonna say here sum rounded equal to sum decimal plus 0.5 plus 0.5 0.5. Okay, and then let's say output the sum to the nearest integer. So this will be cout sum to the nearest integer, or I can just say sum equal to sum rounded. So yeah, and then return 0. Now we can compile the program and run. But now we can see that we didn't put any space here between these, so I prefer to put space here, say cout and line there, and here also. Okay, this I can leave it like that. So okay, maybe space here, cout and line like that. Thanks. Let's compile and run. Alright, now let's enter the decimal numbers. I'm gonna say the first one is like 7.2. Say 7.2, and the next one might be 9.5, and then the other one might be 4.1, and then third one 0.05, 1, 2, 3, 4, and the last one is 0.98. And then when I press enter, and then see the program displays whatever the user types in the program here, and then yeah, space is nice like this, and then here it's round to the nearest integer. You see 24.83 around the nearest integer is not 25. This is one way of doing that. The other way is we can typecast this program here in order to do that. In case someone might not be able to do the trick we did here, we can typecast this. Let's just do one example. Yeah, we could also use the round function to work it out. We can just say sum rounded can be equal to instead of placing the 0.5, we can just say round open brackets sum decimal, and then semicolon there. I don't need space, but this one I do. Okay, now let's compile and run. When we compile and run, let's test it. Okay, I'm gonna take decimal numbers like 3.6, 6.9, 9.5, 2.1, 4.7. Okay, there are 5, and if you press enter, see it gives the decimal numbers and also the sum in decimal and sum as integer, rounded to the nearest integer. You see, I use the function round. Well, the question says write a program that does the following. A. Prompts the user to input 5 decimal numbers. B. Prints the 5 decimal numbers. C. Converts each decimal number to the nearest integer. D. Adds the 5 integers. E. Prints the sum and average of the 5 integers. Alright, okay, we're going to, in C++, variables are not performed if they are not declared. Because we're talking about decimal numbers here, I prefer 5 decimal numbers. I prefer to declare them as okay, decimal 1, decimal 2 to decimal 5. Okay, and the data type for decimal numbers in C++ is double. And because we're talking also about the integers, okay, I declare my variables as integer 1, integer 2 to integer 5, and the data type for integers is int, and the sum of the question talk about the sum and the average. Okay, sum of the integers, so I declare it as integer, and the average can be decimal even if it has it involves integers, so average is declared as double. Now I think it is a good programming habit to let the user to let the program tell the user what it does. So this block here of instructions here will display the message. This program prompts the user to input, and then the program does this and does that. Okay. Now let's start. Okay. Question A, for instance, say prompts the user to input, okay, 5 decimal numbers. So I'll write here cout, enter 5 decimal numbers separated by space, and then cin with the extraction of the extraction operator will record whatever the user types in the keyboard, and then cout end line will move the case of the following line. Now we can do B and C. I prefer to do B and C together. First, because I need to convert to the nearest integer, I'm going to do that by the help of the round function. The round function converts decimal numbers to the nearest integer. This is what I will do. I'll do something like this. Integer 1 equal to round decimal 1. So first convert decimal 1 to the nearest integer, and then I assign that value into, I let the program assign the value into the variable integer 1. Same for all the integers up to integer 5. Then we can do B and C together. This is where I did something like, I say like first decimal is decimal 1, and then we display this arrow and then the integer and move the cursor to the following line by the help of the manipulator end line here, and then same also for the other lines. Then this is add the 5 integers, so I will add the 5 integer doing let's say sum int integer equal to the integer, let's say integer 1 plus integer 2 plus integer 3 plus integer 4 and plus integer 5, and semicolon. Remove the case of the full. Okay, semicolon. This is a calculation, and then output. Now we need to E says print the sum and the average, so we need to do E print the sum and the average. Can do like cout sum equal to sum integer end line semicolon, and then cout average equal to average end line. Now let's compile it and run. Oh yeah, we have it displayed this message. Okay, and it says using an initialized memory average. Okay, yes, because here average doesn't have anything because we didn't perform any calculation with regard. So I'm gonna say average equal to sum integer divided over 5. Now this will work. Now let's compile. Let's run the program. Now the program is working, and it displays this. Okay. It says enter 5 decimal numbers separated by space. So I'm gonna enter something like 4.1, 4.8, 5.3, 9.1, and 2.7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. When you press enter, voila, the program displays this decimal numbers and the nearest integers also, and then calculate the sum and then calculate the average. Average is equal to 5. Now let's check this. Is average 5? Let's take the calculator and then see what should be the value of the average. If we do 26 over 5, we press enter, this is equal to 5.2, but then we can only see 5. Okay, we can only see 5 instead of 5.2. Okay, let's do this. Yeah, we can only see 5, but not 5.2. But I remember we did declare the average as double. Now let's see the problem. Yes, average was declared as double, and here this is where we perform average is equal to some integer over 5. Well, this is a case of a mixed expression because you can see that average is double, and then some integer was declared as integers, and 5 is also an integer. Okay, is also considered as integer in C++. The thing is this: when evaluating an operator in a mixed expression, if the operator has the same type of operands, that is either both integers or both floating point numbers, the operator is evaluated according to the type of the operands. So integer operand does yields an integer result. Floating point numbers yields a floating point number. In this case, some integer was declared as integer, and 5 is also an integer. Reason why: integer divided by integer equals to integer, and then an integer value will be stored in the variable average. Reason why here we had 5. Okay, but now in case that where is it? In case that the operator has both type of operands. Okay, let's say some integer is already declared as integer, but if I change this one to 5.0, now C++ will regard this as a floating point. In this case, it will convert the result of this expression. This mixed expression will be also a floating point, and we store the floating points into the average. Now let's check if this will give us the expected result. Now before we do, I just want to record this is the value we entered. This is the value we entered, so I'm going to close. Okay. Let's say the value we entered are here. Okay, now I'm going to compile and run. Now I'm going to enter the very same values here. Let's see, 4.1, 4.8, 5.3, 9.1, and 2.7. When we press enter, see we have now this is displayed and sum is equal to 26, average is now 5.2. And of course, in the calculator here, we did 26 divided by 5 is also 5.2. Now we can take the decimal number. Thank you. Well, the question says, write a program that does the following. A. Prompt the user to input the decimal numbers. B. Print the 5 decimal numbers. C. Convert the decimal numbers to the nearest integer. D. Add the 5 decimal numbers. E. Prints the sum and average of the 5 decimal numbers. Of course, that okay, we're going to solve the problem, but we need to follow the programming cycles. And of course, this method may seem overly elaborated, especially when we deal with such a small problem, but I believe that it scales up well when the program becomes larger. So The first step here must be to understand the problem. Okay, here we ask ourselves questions like what does the user want to see? What should be the output? In this situation, the output is to print um, the sum and the average of five integers. All right. Um, then the next step is to plan the logic. Planning the logic is the most important part in programming because this is where we choose the steps we need to follow and how we're going to order those steps. Then we can either use the method called algorithm, which is a sequence. Let me write algorithm, which is a sequence of steps and rules that takes to solve a problem. Or we can also use pseudocode, which is a human-like representation of that text to solve a problem. Or we can also use the flowchart. There are many techniques, but I prefer these three. Flowchart. All right, and then the next step then will be to write the code. I'm going to use C++ to write the code of this problem. And then the last is to test the program. So this is where we're going to execute and to check for logical errors and choose how to display the program. Now let's start by planning the logic. Now we're planning the logic. I'm going to do the algorithm, so the step-by-step and the sequence of steps and rules that takes to solve a problem. So step 1 here must be prompt the user to enter 5 decimal numbers, so decimal 1, decimal 2, 3, decimal 5. And the second step is to get whatever the user types from the keyboard. And then the third step is to equal the inputs, which is this is to output what the program reads. Without this step after the program has executed, we shouldn't be able to know what the input was. And then the fourth step here is to calculate the sum of the decimal numbers. And then the fifth, by using this formula, sum decimal equal to decimal 1 plus decimal and so on and so forth. And then the fifth step is to output the sum of the decimal numbers. And then the last step here is to add 0.5 to the sum of decimal numbers and declare it as an integer. Thank you. Well, it is also easy for some people to use pseudocode. Pseudocode is just a human-like representation of logical steps it takes to solve a problem. So here is the pseudocode base of the algorithm we made. Now we're going to the next step, which is to write the code. Well, after that we understand the problem, we plan the logic. The next step is to choose a programming language, in this case C++, to write the code. I'm going to write the code by the help of the algorithm that we designed earlier. Okay, it is important to know that in C++, variables are not performed without them being initialized or declared earlier, and then they are declared along with the data type, the corresponding data type. So the first step here is to prompt the user to enter 5 decimal numbers. So I'm gonna go here. Let's say cout enter 5 decimal numbers separated by space. Then semicolon. Then the following step says get the data. So the program needs to record whatever the user types from the keyboard. Now, to do that, I would like to give the input some name. So I need to declare some variables for those inputs. Let's say because they are decimal numbers, they must be double. So let's say double. D1, D2, D3, D4, D5, and semicolon. Then we can now do step 2, which says get the data. So I'm gonna go in the scene operator and then the extraction operator, the inverted double angle bracket. Then we're going to write these variables here. So there will be D1, D2, D3, D4, D5. Okay, they're all separated by the extraction operator. Now, step 3 is to equal. Step 3 says equal the inputs. It is very important because this will output what the program read as inputs. Without this step, after the program has been executed, we will not be able to know what was the input. So before doing that, I prefer to put some space, cout, and line. So we remove the following line, and then here let's equal the input. I'm going to say cout. Now say let's say D1, okay, D1, D2, D3, D4, D5 separated by they're all separated by the tab, okay? The sequence operator, okay, semicolon, and then cout end line. All right. The following step says converts each decimal number to the nearest integer. Okay. Before, let's just introduce something. We do know that decimal numbers, to round up to convert decimal number to the nearest integer, we look at the decimal part. Okay, the first digit after the comma. If that digit is less than 5, then we round down. For example, 4.3. The 3 here is less than 5, then we're going to round this down by just saying it's equal to 4. And if it is more than 5, we round up. This means, for example, if we have 4.8, we're going to round it to 5. But how can we make the program to understand that? Alright, let me give you a trick here. Let's say we have in numbers, we're going to add 0.5 to this. Okay. If I do 0.5 plus 4.8, this will make 4.8. I mean 0.5 plus 4.3, this is equal to 4.8. And if I want C++ to only select the integer, it will only take the 4 and then reject the 8. So this is equal to 4. And then if I do 4.8 plus 0.5, this equal to 5.3. And if I instruct C++ to only work out the integer, it will just take the 5 and drop the 3. This means 4.8 can be rounded to 5. So these are the same values there. Then I am going to do this. I'm going to declare some variables, okay? And num1, num2, num3, num4, num5 also. And then I will say, okay, I want to place those values with 0.5 for the same reason as here. If the number here is like 4.3, and then I want to round it up to the nearest integer, I add 0.5 to it, and then just take the and then instruct C++ to only consider the integer. Now I need to declare them as integer. So let's say int num1, num2, num3, num4, num5. Now they are declared. Okay, now that they're declared, we rounded this, and then the other step says what calculates the sum. But I prefer to display also this number rounded just be below the the original decimal numbers. So I will go to cout. Then I want to place there the values. Let's say num1, num2, num3, num4, num5, and then this will display these numbers also just in the following line after displaying the decimal numbers. Now step 5 says calculate the sum of not this. Okay, it says calculate the sum of the decimal number rounded to the nearest integer. So I'll go, let's say sum of int. I declare variable code like that, sum of integers. Now we do sum of ints equal to sum1 and num1 plus num2 plus num3 plus num4 plus num5, and then I need to declare the same variable also. Let's say int sum of ints, semicolon, and then we also need to declare the sum, the average. Where is it? Calculate this. Calculate the sum. Calculate the average. Calculate the sum and the average. Let's say average of the integers. So the average must be let's say average of integers equal to sum of ints divided by 5, semicolon, and then this need to be declared also. Ints. Oh no, the average doesn't need to be int, but rather double, because there is a division which is involved here. So let's say double average int. Then let's now display let's say output the results. And then this will be cout. Let's say cout. Oh no, this must also have yeah, cout sum of and then there also cout average also equal to that. Then what else can we do? I think we need to put also, to move the case of intersect, the following line from here. Let's say cout end line. Maybe another one. Let's just put 2 like that. Okay. Now let's now test the program. This is the last step. We're going to test the program and to see how it displays, so we can correct, or we'll see from there. Now let's go. We have something like let's say take a number like 1.47 and 7.58, 9.3, 6.45, and 0.87. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. When I press enter, and then yes, I have first the decimal numbers, and on the following line is the decimal numbers rounded to the integer, the nearest integers, and then the sum and the average. Thank you. Well, the question says, write a program that prompts the capacity in gallons of an automobile fuel tank and the miles per gallons the automobile can be driven. The program outputs the number of miles the automobile can be driven without refueling. Alright, we're going to solve this problem by following the programming cycle. Even though this step may seem overly elaborated for smaller programs, it scales up while we want the program to become larger or complicated. But before we do that, let's first go ahead, imagine this program working. So we will have something like, alright, let's say we have a program that displays this message and also prompts the user to enter the tank capacity in gallon. And let's say the tank capacity in gallon entered is like 60, for instance. And then when the user press enter, the program will display another message. It will prompt the user to enter the mileage, and then let's say means 2 miles per gallon. At the moment that the user press enter, the program will display this message. It tells him that he entered 60 gallon, and then here he entered 2 miles per gallon. And then it also calculates the number of miles the automobile can drive, and display, so 120 miles per gallon. Thank you. You're welcome. Now, the first step in the programming cycle is understand the problem. This is where we ask ourselves a few questions like what is the output? Okay, what is the output? And what are the inputs? And how are they related? Now, in the question, the output is usually in the last sentence of the question. Like here, it says the program then outputs the number of miles. So this is the output. So it will be the number of miles. And then the input here is it says the program prompts the capacity in gallons of the automobile fuel tank and the miles per gallons the automobile can be driven. So here it's the tank capacity and also miles per gallon. Now imagine that we have 60. The capacity of the automobile is let's say the capacity of the automobile is 60. Is for 60 gallons, and that's if we need to calculate the number of miles that the automobile can drive, we will say okay, and then okay, first let's say the automobile drive like 2 miles per gallon. Now I prefer to write it in fraction form. Let's say the automobile drive like 2 miles per gallon, per 1 gallon. Okay. So now if the tank capacity is for 60 gallons, so the program will do something like okay, we're going to times here by 60, and we times there also by 60. So we'll say the tank capacity here, 2 times 60 is 120. So use 120 miles. 120 miles. So this means it would drive 120 miles for 60 gallons. Okay. Now, now that we understand the problem, the following step will be to plan the logic. This is where we decide on which step to choose in order to solve the problem. And then the following step must be to choose a programming language to write the code. And the last step is to test the program. Alright. Well, as listed earlier, after that you understand the problem, the next step is to plan the logic. We're going to plan the logic by the technical algorithm, which consists of a sequence of steps and rules that takes to solve a problem. So step 1 here we say declare tank capacity and mile per gallon and refueling as a floating point. Okay, because the tank capacity can be a decimal number, same also for the mile per gallon, and also for the number of the number of miles that the automobile can drive. And then step 2 we say prompt the user to enter tank capacity and mile per gallon. Step 3 get the data. So this step is where the program will record whatever the user types from the keyboard. And step 4 equal the input. So this is where we let the program tell the user what he entered. Step 5, calculate refueling by using this formula: tank capacity times mile per gallon. And then the last step is to output the results. Well, after that we have planned the logic. The next step is to write the code. I choose this programming C++ to write the code. So I'm gonna do it by the help of the algorithm which I designed earlier. Okay. The first step here is to prompt the user to declare variables. So I declare variables tank capacity, mile per gallon, and then refueling as floating point. You can see as floating point. And then I think it is a good programming habit to let the program tell the user what it does. So it's the purpose of these blocks of instruction. And then this is step 1. Now, step 2 says prompt the user to enter this. I'm going to do step 2 and 3 together. So it's prompt and get also whatever the user types on the keyboard. So now here I will say, alright, enter tank capacity in gallons, and then cin record what the user types. Cout moves the case of the following line. Cout enter mileage in mile per gallon, and then cin record what the user types, and then cout endline moves the case 2 times. And then the following step says equal the inputs. This is where we need to let the user let the program tell the user what he entered. So I'm gonna say equal the input so that just gonna press that says the tank capacity is this is the value. This variable will display the value that the value of the tank capacity that the user entered, and then displays with gallon, and then endline moves the case of the following line, same also for the mileage. Then this step says step 5 says calculate refueling equal to tank capacity times mile per gallon. So here is where calculation will be performed. I'm going to see refueling equal to tank capacity times mile per gallon. Mile per gallon, semicolon. Enter, and then output. The last step is to output to display the results. Let's say cout number of miles the automobile. Okay, just say number of miles. Which will be refueling. What's gonna be miles? And then just say endline. And then we can now compile the program and run. Now, when we compile and run, it displays this, and then let's enter tank capacity. I'm gonna enter, let's say, let's 72, and then enter mileage. So let's say 2.4, and then when you press enter, it tells us the tank capacity, the mileage, and also the number of miles the automobile can drive. 172.8 miles. Thank you. But the question says, write a program that prompts the capacity in gallons of an automobile fuel tank and the miles per gallon the automobile can be driven. The program outputs the number of miles the automobile can be driven without refueling. Well, we're going to solve this problem by following the programming cycle. The first step here is understanding the problem. Okay, we're going to ask ourselves a few questions. What should be the output? Okay, and usually the output is in the last sentence. Okay, here the output is the number of miles. So output, let me say output number of miles. Let me just call it miles like that. And then the next question we're going to ask ourselves is what is or what are the inputs? Okay. The input here is the capacity of the tank, and it is also the rates, okay, because it goes like mile per gallon. So here we have two inputs, the capacity and also the rate. Now we're going to ask ourselves, how does the outputs and the inputs are related? Okay, we can see that let's give an example. If the capacity of the tank is like can contain like 20 gallons, and the rate of fuel consumption is like 2 miles per gallon. 2 miles per gallon. Then we can calculate the number of miles driven by the automobile. Okay, you can say 2 miles per gallon. So for 1 gallon, 2 miles. For 2 gallons, 4 miles. So 20 gallons must be like 20 times 2. Therefore, we can calculate the miles by saying it's equal to the rate times by the capacity. Now the next step is to plan the logic. Plan the logic is where we decide. Okay, we decide what steps to include and how to order those steps. You can either use pseudocode or flowchart. And then the following step must be to write the code. This is where we're going to choose a programming language such as C++. And then we test the program. So this is where we execute the program. We check for logical errors. Choose also how to display the program. Well, after that we understand the problem, we need to plan the logic. I'm going to use the pseudocode to do that. Start, and then declare num mile as decimal. Declare tank capacity mile per gallon as decimal. Enter tank capacity and mile per gallon. Get tank capacity mile per gallon. Equal tank capacity and mile per gallon. Calculate num mile by using the formula num mile equal to mile per gallon times tank capacity, and then output num mile and end. Alright, after that we understand the problem, we plan the logic. The following step is to write the code. I'm going to write the code by the help of the pseudocode I designed earlier. It says start, and then the first line here says declare num mile as decimal. So I want to declare that as decimal, and the data type for decimal numbers in C++ is double. So double num mile and semicolon. Then it is said declare tank capacity and mile per gallon also as decimal. So okay, double tank capacity and mile per gallon. Also as a decimal, and the semicolon, and then it says enter tank capacity in mile per gallons. So go. Enter tank capacity C in tank capacity, C out inline space, and also C out enter the number of mile per gallon, and then we can do C in mile per gallon, so it's num per gallon, mile per gallon, and C out end line. Okay, I just want to move the line in the following, the cursor in the following line, and then here it says equal tank capacity and num per mile. So now I do C out tank capacity. The tank capacity is tank capacity and line, and then C out mile per gallon is also mile per gallon and line. Alright, and then calculations comes. I calculate num mile. So to do that, we do num mile equal to mile per gallon times by tank capacity. And then output. The output is num mile, so we can say C out number of mile let's say driven without refilling refueling is num mile. Alright, now let's compile and run and see how this will work. So we need to compile. Okay, let's say I'm going to enter the capacity. So let's say 20, and then enter the number of mile per gallon, let's say 2. And then, yes, here's the result. Capacity 20, number 2, and refilling is 40. We can also try another one. Let's say the number of them, let's say 160. And then let's say that's 14. And then when we press enter, it gives us what we need to know. Thank you. Well, the question says write a program that prompts the user to input the elapsed time for an event in seconds. The program then outputs the elapsed time in hours, minutes, and seconds. For example, if the elapsed time is 9,630 seconds, then the output is 2 hours, 40 minutes, and 30 seconds. Alright, we're going to solve this problem by following the programming cycle. But before we do that, let's first go ahead and imagine how the program will work. So it must be something like this. Alright, this is how the program will work. It will first display this message, and then it will prompt the user to enter the time elapsed second. And let's say the time elapsed in second is like 9,630. And then when we press enter, it gives us the time in hours, minutes format, like 2, colon 40, colon 30. Thank you. Alright. The first step in the programming cycle is to understand the problem. This is what we first identify the unknown. Let's say the question is the program output the elapsed time in hours, minutes, seconds. So these are the variables: hours, minutes, and seconds. And then the input here is just a single one, is the elapsed time in seconds. Okay, of an event is second. This is capital right. Let's say output is time in hours, minutes, and seconds. And then the input is the elapsed time in second. Let's say total second. Okay, total second. Alright, let's just consider this example to see how these are related. If I need to find the amount of hours in 9,630, I'm gonna do hours will be what? 9,630 seconds. I must divide this by 3,600 because there are 3,600 seconds in 1 minute. So this in one hour, and then this will be equal to 2. I'm working out the integer division only. So then if I need to calculate then the time in minutes, I will consider the remainder of this calculation here. I need to find how many seconds left. Okay, if I do we can do that by the modulus operator, which is okay, I'm gonna say 9,630 mod mod 3,600 if I need to find the amount of seconds left, the leftover here. Okay, if I do that, there will be 2,430 seconds. More seconds here. This is the remainder. Okay, so far I didn't calculate the minutes yet. So now what I'm gonna do? Okay, let's first the remainder. I'm gonna say remainder. Rem. The remainder is this one, 2,430. So now if I need to find the amount of minutes, I'm gonna say this number then, the 2,430 seconds. I must divide this by 60, and this will give me the amount of in second. This is in minutes. This will be 40 minutes. This is 2 hours. So now if I need the amount, the seconds, I can just calculate the remainder, the left over here. If we do the same thing, I'm gonna say seconds s will be 2,430, and then I say mod mode 60. Okay, this will tell me how many seconds the remainder of this, and this is equal to 30. So now this 30 is just left over, so the 30 seconds. Now we can notice that we find the hours by just taking the total in seconds. Total sec, we divide this by 3600. So this helps us to find the time in hours. So now to find the time in minutes, we can just take all this one, so total second, whatever the user may type. Okay, let's say total sec, total seconds, and then we say mode 3600. Okay, and now to calculate the second, then we will say we're going to take this remainder here and then find the mode of this. So it's like total seconds, mode 60, 3060. Voila. Because of space, I'm going to write it here. So maybe something like second will be total sec, mode 3600, which is this. Now we're going to find the remainder of that also, mode 3600. Mode 60. Mode 60. Okay, let's go. This is, I'll go over again. This is total seconds stats. So to find the hours, we divide this by 3600. This will give us the time in hours. And to find the time in minutes, then we can just calculate first, take the remainder of this, so total second, mode 3600, and then we divide that remainder by 60. Okay, now it will display the time in minutes, and then to calculate time in seconds, we'll check this remainder here, and then we find another remainder of that with if we like division of the remainder that we can get here. Okay, that's what I mean. So the remainder of this will give us the time in seconds. This is the formula, and then we can just say H M S. Now that we understand the problem, the following step is to plan the logic. We're going to structure the steps how to solve this problem, and then we will choose a programming language to write the code, and finally we need to test the program to see how it will display. Alright, this is where I would like to plan the logic. I'm going to do it by the help of the algorithm, which consists of steps and rules that takes to solve a problem. So step 1, I'll prompt the user to enter the elapsed time as integer, and then step 2, guess the data, the total time in seconds. Step 3, equal the input. Step 4, calculate the hours of the elapsed time. Step 5, calculate the minutes of the elapsed time. Step 6, calculate the seconds of the elapsed time, and then the last step is to output the elapsed time in hours, minutes, and second format. Alright, now that we already understand the problem and plan the logic, the following step is to select a programming language to solve, to write the code. I want to do it by the help of the algorithm I designed earlier. Let me put it here. First, I declare my variables as integers, hours, minutes, and seconds, and then also integer as the time elapsed. And then the first step says prompt the user to enter elapsed time as integers. So this says enter the time elapsed in seconds, and then see in the code what the user types, gets what is the types? It's this step 2, and then see out moves the cursor to the following line. And then step 4 here, say calculate the hours of the elapsed time. Okay. So now here it's where we did hours equal to elapsed time elapsed divided by 3600. And remember, this will perform integer division because they're both integers. Elapsed time will be declared as integer here, integer int, and then 3600 is also integer. So the operator division with the operands of the same type will store in an integer also hours. So now we got that one. Now if we calculate the minute, we will do first time, elapsed time. Time elapsed percent modulus 3600 to find the remainder in seconds, and then we're going to divide this by 60 to find the time in minutes. Okay, this gives us the leftover in seconds, and if we need to find now the time in minutes, we divide by 60. We'll divide by 60, and then we press semicolon, and then we have the time in minutes and the time in seconds. Now, what are we supposed to do? We're going to check this the remainder time in after we calculate the hours. This is the remainder time in seconds, and then we need to calculate also after we calculate the minutes, we must also apply the modulus operator here by modulus 60, and then semicolon. So this will give us the remainder of the seconds, the time in seconds. So and then we can output now the result. You can see time in hours, minutes, second formats will be hours, colon, minutes, colon, seconds, colon, and then we move the case to the following line. And just do something. And then we are ready to go. We can compile. We can now start the program. Let's see how it works. Now let's enter the time. If I enter the time like 9630, that's the time in seconds. When you press enter, it tells okay, the time in the format is 2 hours 40 minutes and 30 seconds. Thank you. Alright, now here is an alternative way to solve this problem. Okay, let me just I'm gonna put line, 2/ here just to make it as comment because I don't want to delete it. Let's say I want to calculate the time in minutes. So because I say hours equal to time elapsed over 3600, it's fine. Now I can also say time elapsed equal to, okay, I can say percentage equal 3600 because I want to find the remainder of the time in seconds. Okay, we already done with the hours. Now I need to find the remainder of the time in seconds. So I just do that, and then if I need to calculate the time in minutes, I just must do minutes equal to now time elapsed, which is the remainder of the time in seconds, time elapsed divided by 60, and then press semicolon there. And now we have this again, same process. I can just say time elapsed, and then say percentage equal 60. This will give me the remainder of the time in seconds, and then semicolon. If I need to calculate the second, I can just say seconds equal to time elapsed times elapsed divided by not divided by I need the remainder of the time here. I just want to say percent 60, and let's say my column. This will do the same. It will perform the same task. Let's compile this on hand. Start. So if you enter the time, let's say 9,630 seconds, and we press enter, and then voila, we have the same result. Thank you. Well, the question says, write a C++ program that prompts the user to input the elapsed time for an event in seconds. The program then outputs the elapsed time in hours, minutes, and seconds. For example, if the elapsed time is 9,630 seconds, then the output must be 2 hours, 40 minutes, and 30 seconds. Alright. We're going to solve this one by following the programming cycle. The first step is to understand the problem. So we're going to look at what we are required to ask, what should be the outputs, okay? Let's identify the outputs, the inputs, and then the process. Okay, the program then must output the time in this format. This is what we want. We want to output the time given into this in this format, not all this by time, in this format. Okay, this is the output. Let's see. Output is the format hours, minutes, or maybe let's change colors here. The output must be hours, minutes, and then second. And then what about the input? Then the input is the time in seconds. So input is total time in seconds. So let's say total time in seconds. And then we've given an example, okay? It is said that if 9,630 seconds is given, we need to find that into hours, minutes, and seconds. So how can we do that? Okay, we do know that time in hours can be calculated by doing 3. If we do 9,630 divide this by 3,600, and then this equal to 2, what? It's 2.675. Now we need to know that this is already the time in hours. So, and then these are decimal parts. So we don't need to. We're going to take now the decimal parts. Okay, if we consider decimal parts only the 675, which like seconds. Okay, we divide this number. Okay, we times this decimal part by 3,600 to find the actual number in seconds. So we times this by 6,000, and then we get something like 2430. This is not the remainder in seconds. And then when after that we did the 9,630 divided by 3,600. This is the remainder in second. When you have 2 units, and then this is the remainder. Okay. Then the decimal part we times by 3,600 to find the remainder in terms of seconds. Now we're going to take this now. We divide this again by 60 to find the time in minutes. And then by doing that, if we divide it by 60, this equal to 40.5. The 40 here is the time in minutes. The 0.5 is the decimal part, still in minutes, but we need it in seconds. So what we do 5 times 60. 5 times 60, so we do 5 times 60, which is 30. 30 what? 30 seconds. Therefore, we can say that the time here, this time, 9630 seconds in our formats like 02 and then 40 and then 30 seconds. This is the 2 hours 40 minutes and 30 seconds. Now the next step is to plan the logic. So there's a way where we can structure all these steps. It is how we decide, what steps to follow, and then comes the third step, which consists of writing the code and then test the program. Fine. So after understanding the problem, the next step is to plan the logic. I'm going to use the algorithm, which is a sequence of steps and rules that takes to solve a problem. So step 1, prompt the user to enter the elapsed time in seconds as a decimal. Step 2, get the data, so the total time in seconds. Step 3, equal the input. Step 4, calculate the hours of the elapsed time. Step 5, calculate the minutes of the elapsed time. Step 6, calculate the seconds of the elapsed time. And then step 7, output the elapsed time in hours, minute, second format. Well, after that we understand the problem and plan the logic. We need to move to the following step, which is to write the code. I want to do that by the help of the algorithm which I designed earlier. First, we're going to prompt the user to enter the elapsed time in seconds. Okay, to do that, we need to declare the variable, let's say, it must be an integer because it's the time in second person integer. Int, let's say, elapsed time. Yeah, elapsed time as an output variable, and then input variables can be int, let's just say hours, minute, and seconds. Input variables. Okay. And then prompt the user and record. So we're going to prompt the user to enter the elapsed time. So I'm going to say cout, enter the elapsed time in seconds. So cin elapsed time, semicolon, cout, and line. Now equal cout. Okay. Now equal the inputs. I'm going to say cout the elapsed time. Elapsed time elapsed time and line. It's correct. Elapsed time. Okay. Now calculate the hours of the elapsed time. So to do that, we must just say hours must be elapsed time divided by 3600 because there are three 1600 seconds in 1 hour. So we can do that, and then minutes we can do this way. First, we do elapsed time modulus 3600 to get the remainder of the seconds. Okay, after the time has been calculated, and then we can divide this by 60 because there are 60 seconds in 1 minute. So we can divide this by 60, and then seconds we can just do the elapsed time. We're gonna take the elapsed time, and then let's take the remainder of this 3600, and then okay, let's do this. This will give us the remainder of the seconds, of the time in seconds, okay, after the hours is calculated. Now that time in second can be, with that we can calculate the time in minutes as we did previously. Now to calculate time now in seconds, we need to use again another modulus operator here of 60. So then we have the time in second, the remainder in seconds. Okay, I think I need to edit here hours, minutes, and seconds. Now, so we don't need this comment. Now we need to output the results. You can say cout maybe space because I left no space. Hours, and then column, minutes, and then column, seconds, end line, hit 0. Alright, now let's compile this line. Now let's enter the input. Let's say 9630 seconds. This is the input, and I want to press enter. Exactly, we have what we're expecting. Now let's change. Let's take another example. Any random number. I'm gonna take a random number like 10,736, something like that. So when you press enter, yes, we have the time in hours, minutes, and seconds. Thank you. Well, the question says, write a C++ program that prompts the user to input the elapsed time for an event in hours, minutes, and seconds. The program then outputs the elapsed time in seconds. Well, we're going to solve this problem by following the programming cycle, but okay, even though this method seems overly elaborated for smaller program, we need to get used to it because it scales up well when the program becomes larger and complicated. But before we do, let's first go ahead, imagine as ourselves working on this program. Alright, let's imagine the program. Imagine a program that will display this message and prompt the user to enter the time in hours, minutes, and seconds separated by space. I'm gonna say 2 hours, 40 minutes, and then 30 seconds. And then when we press enter, and the program says 2 hours 40 minutes 30 seconds is equivalent to 9,630 seconds. Thank you. You're welcome. Now, the first step in programming cycle is to understand the problem. This is where we ask ourselves questions like um, um, what are the outputs, and we're going to identify the input, and then we're going to see how the output with the input relate. All right. Um, The output is usually in the last sentence of the question. Like here, the question says the program then outputs the elapsed time in seconds. This is the output. So elapsed time in second. I'm gonna say, let's say, let me review it like uh, time in seconds. Okay, I'm gonna review it like that. Or let's just say elapsed time. Now the inputs here they are the time in hours, in minutes, and in seconds. Now, let's see, time in hours, minutes, and seconds. So now, how do they relate? Okay, if I need to find the time, the elapsed time in seconds. Okay, we do know that 1 hour has 3,600 seconds, so we can just times this by 3,600 seconds. And then the 1 minute has 60 seconds, so we times the times here by 60. And 1 second has only 1 second, so we don't times or we times by 1, both the same way. Now we can just add these times here, and this is equal to the elapsed time. Elapsed time in seconds. Alright, now that we understand the problem, the following step we do is to plan the logic. This is where we select which step to follow and how to order those steps. We can either do algorithm or pseudocode or flowcharts, and then we're going to select a programming language to write the code. Finally, we're going to test the program to see how it is displayed and to check if there are logical errors, etc. Well, now that we understand the problem and plan the logic, now we're going to write the codes. I want to talk about the help of the algorithm which I designed earlier. Step 1 said declare variables as those variables as integers. They were already declared here: hours, minutes, times, elapsed time, and seconds. Then I think it is, as I said, good programming habits to let the program tell the user what it does. And okay, and then step 2 says prompt the user to enter the time in hours, minutes, and seconds and get the data. So here I will do these step 2 and 3 together. So I will say enter the time in hours, minutes, and seconds separated by space, and then we do that. C in will record whatever it taps, and then C out we will leave spaces here. End line we have to move the cursor to the following to the next 2 line, and then okay, step 4 says equal the inputs. I can do step 4 or 5. I can just I can reverse the order here because 5, 6, and 7, 5 and 6 will just perform calculations here. So let me just write here time elapsed is equal to hours times 3600 plus minutes is equal to that, and then plus seconds, and then here to outputs, then I can equal the inputs here by saying cout space, and then we can say hours, and then colon minutes, and then colon seconds, and then this say we can just say is equivalence to, and then we can put time elapsed in line semicolon. Now let's compile and run. Et voilà. Now it says okay, this program and etc, and then enter the time in hours. Okay, I'm gonna say like 2 hours 40 minutes and 30 seconds. When we press enter, et voilà, we have the time in seconds here. But now this is the fourth step to what I say test the program to check if there are logical errors or something. Like here I should have put seconds, and this is question 14 I can correct. So let me here in the program I can just put seconds here, seconds, and it's question 14, so I can just now we can yes. Now if we do 2 hours 40 minutes and 30 seconds, the program will display 2 hours 40 minutes 30 seconds is equivalent to 9630 seconds. Thank you. Well, the question says to make a profit, a local store marks up the price of its items by a certain percentage. Write a C++ program that reads the original price of the item sold, the percentage of the marked up price, and the sales tax rate. The program then outputs the original price of the item, the percentage of the marked up, store selling price of the item, the sales tax rate, the sales tax, and the final price of the item. The final price of the item is the selling price plus the sales tax. Alright, we're going to solve this by following the programming cycle, but before we do, let's first go ahead and imagine ourselves with a program that computes the following. Well, imagine a program that prompts the user to enter the original price of the item. Let's say the price is 100, and then when you press enter, it will prompt the user to enter the percent, say 10% or 8%, and then when you press enter, and then it says enter the sales tax rate, so it is 15%, and then when you press enter, it displays the original price, 100%, and the sales tax rates, and the sales tax, and also the final price. Thank you. You're welcome. So the first step in the programming cycle is understand the problem. This is where we ask ourselves questions like what are the outputs, or what is the output. So let me just write here output, and then input. Okay, fine. The program here is supposed to output the original price, the percentage of the markup, the selling price of the item, the sales tax rate, the sales tax, and the final price of the item. Okay, and then we have, let me just, I'm gonna write them, abbreviate them as, let's see, original price, so just gonna say OP, percentage of the markup, so I'm gonna write PM markup, leave it like that. Selling price, I'm gonna say SP, the sales tax rate, let me write STR, and the final price, I'm going to say FP. And now, what about the inputs? Okay, the inputs here are said a C++ that rates the original price of the item sold, the percentage of the markup price, and the sales tax rate. So the inputs here are just OP, which is here, is also there. And then the percentage of the markup, so PM is there and is also here. And then the sales tax rate, STR, is there and also here. Now we need to calculate. Now we have left with the selling price, the sales tax rate. Oh, I didn't mention it. Yeah, the sales tax rate is there, and the sales tax I didn't mention sales tax. All right. Now we need to calculate these ones. We need to calculate the selling price, the final price, and the sales tax. Like we are, the question says that the final price of the item is the selling price plus the sales tax. So FP here is just FP, the final price, will be the selling price plus the sales tax. So this one and that one. So this one is sorted. So we need to find now the selling price. What should be the selling price? The selling price must be the original price of the item plus the percentage of the markup. Okay, the percentage is like PM, but it is percentage of what? Because this is the rate of the original price, so we do PM times OP. But remember, we must do this divided by 100 because it is just a percent. Percent means divided by 100. So, for example, let's say if we have like 10 and then increase by 20%, so this means we must do 10 plus 20 over 100 multiplied by 10 because it is 20% of 10. And then we can say, okay, this is 10 plus 2, which is 12. So 12 is 10 increased by 100. So this is what we will do. And now to make the work easier, we can just because if you notice, you can notice that we have OP here. The original price here is also there. We can do what we used to do in mathematics, that we call common factor. I can just write OP and open bracket 1 plus PM over 100. And then this is the formula. Now we also need to calculate the selling price, the selling tax. So the selling tax will be, the sales tax. The sales tax must be, this must be the selling price. The selling price multiplied by the sales tax rate.
str, the select text rate. But remember, again, we say this is a rate, so we must divide this by 100. Now we understand the problem. We know actually what it is and what it's all about. The following step is to plan the logic. So this is where we're going to choose, select the steps. Okay, it's going to take us to solve the problem, and also how to order those steps. And then we're going to choose a programming language to write the codes, and then we're going to check logical errors by testing the program, and also see how the program is displayed. Alright, after that we understand the problem, we plan the logic. The following step is to write the code. I'm going to use C++. I'm going to use C++ to write the code. I do that by the help of the algorithm I designed earlier. The first step here is to declare original price, marked up percent, selling price, sales tax rate, sales tax, final price as a floating point, and the data type for floating points in C++ is double. Reason why I say double, original price, marked up percent, selling price, and all this double, and I declare all these variables. And then the following steps is to prompt the user to enter those variables and to get what the user types. So I did them here. All this, that's the same thing. Here it requires the user to enter the original price, and then the following gets what the user types, and the following command line moves the cursor to the following line. And here also the program will prompt the user to enter the marked up percent and record what it taps from the keyboard and moves the cursor to the following line. Same also for the sales tax rate. Then we say calculate the selling price. Okay, calculate the selling price. We say that the selling price was let's do selling prices. Selling price was equal to original price times, use times like this bracket 1 plus the marked up percent, so marked up percent over 100, so semicolon. Now we calculate selling price, and then we're going to calculate sales tax rate. Following this same formula here, sales tax rate will be sales tax will be equal to selling price plus multiplied by sales tax rate over 100. So sales tax rate over 100, and then press semicolon, and then we need to calculate the final price. So the final price, we say final price. The final price will be the selling price plus the sales tax, and then semicolon. Then we can output the results. I'm gonna say, okay, original price equal to original price, marked up percent will display marked up percent, sales tax rate will also do sales tax, and the final price. Now we can just start debugging and see how the results will be presented. Alright, okay, the question says, okay, it displays this. Let's just, okay, it says enter original price. Let's say the original price is 100. When we press enter, it prompts the user to enter also the marked up percent. Let's say it's 8%. When you press enter, and then it says enter the sales tax rate. Let's say 15%. And the moment you press enter, it displays all this information. Thank you. What the question says, write a program that prompts the user to input a length expressed in centimeters. The program should then convert the length to inches to the nearest inch and output the length expressed in yards, feet, and inches in that order. For example, suppose the input for the centimeters is 312 to the nearest inch, 312 centimeters is equal to 123 inches, and 123 inches would thus be output as 3 yards, 1 foot, and 3 inches. Alright, we're going to solve this by following the programming cycle. We have split the programming cycle into 4 steps, 4 major steps, but before we do, let's first in our imagination and see this program working.
Well, imagine that we had a program that does this. Whenever we enter, let's say the length in centimeters at 312, when we press enter, the program must say 212 centimeters is equal to 123 inches, or 200 centimeters is 3 yards, 1 foot, and 3 inches. Thank you.
Welcome. Now, the first step in the programming cycle is understand the problem. This is why we ask ourselves a few questions like, what is the output? Okay, what should the user want? What does the user want to see? And then what's the input? Okay, what the user must enter in the keyboard, and how they are related, the output and the input. Now, here in this question, the output must be the length expressed in yards, feet, and inches in this order. So here it's yards. I'm just gonna abbreviate yards. Okay, let's just write yards, feet, and inches. And then the input is just the length entered in centimeters. Now, first of all, the program says the program will convert the length in centimeters to the nearest inch. So, like here, we have 312. It can be converted to 123 inches. Okay, so first we need to convert this in total in inches. So we can just add another variable called, let's say total inch. Total inches. Then we do know that centimeters. Let's just take this example: 312 centimeters. In inches, we must divide this by 36. I mean, by 12. Okay, to the nearest inch, this is equal to 123 inches. Now, the calculation will involve this total length in inches. So to find, like, to convert that into yards, this needs to be divided by 36. We divide by 36, and this equal to will be 123 divided by 36 is equal to 3. I'm talking about integer division, so this 3 will be yards. Okay, so 3 yards equal to 3 yards. 3 yards. I'm going to say the variable yards here equal to 3 yards. Okay. Now, if I need to find out the amount of it, I need to consider the remainder of this division. Okay, the amount of inches in this division left in this division. To do that, we do that by the help of the operation called mod operator, which just takes the remainder of the division. So we're gonna say 123 mod 36. This first gives us the leftover, And then we're going to divide this by, because I need to find feet, we're going to divide this by 12 because there are 12 inches in 1 foot. So this will be equal to, if we do that, this is equal to 1. Okay, because 123 mod 36 equal to 15. And then 15 divided by 12. I'm talking about integer division. This is 1. So this is just 1 foot. Now, if I need to find them, I need to calculate inches now. What am I going to do? I'm gonna just consider this. the leftover of this, because here when we do 15 divided by 12, the left is, the remainder is 3. So how to get that value is actually when we do 123 mod 36. Now I must also do because 126 mod 36 makes 15. Okay. Now if I need to get the remainder of this, I must also do mod 12. Then this will give me the amount of inches. So inch will be 3 inches. 3 inches. So these formulas are actually very important. Let me just highlight them. Those formulas to get the inch, to get also the foot, and to calculate the yards. Okay. This might not be visible. Let's try to do this. Okay, divide by 36. Okay. Divide by 36, not by 3, by 36. Okay. Now, the next step after that we understand the problem. The following step is to plan the logic. This is where we decide on which steps to do and how to organize those steps. Okay, and we're going to do that by the help of the algorithm, which consists of a sequence of steps and rules that takes to solve a problem. Okay, the first step here is I think it's I declare variables. I declare the variables that I listed earlier when I understand the problem, and then second step, I want the program prompt the user to enter the length in centimeters. And then the third step is we let the program get whatever the user types. And then the fourth step, I will let the program calculate the total length in inches. And then it will calculate length in yards. And then we calculate length in feet and calculate length in inches. And finally, the program will display the results. Well, after that, we understand the problem and plan the logic. The following step is to write the code. I'm going to do that by the help of the algorithm which I designed earlier. Here's the question and then the algorithm also. Okay, the first step here, it says declare variables. I declare this as variables. I declare all the variables. And then, but here I've declared the length as double, because assuming that the length can also be a decimal number. So I declare this as double, and the rest I declare them as integers. So the data type for integers is int. And then there's something which is not mentioned here in the algo, is here where I declare the constant, because there are some rate of conversion. If we need to convert centimeters to inches, this we times by 0.393701. And then converting the length in inches into yards, we divide by 36, and converting the length in inches given in inches into feet, we divide by 12. Okay, now another step says, the following step says what? Prompt the user to enter the length in centimeters. And step 3 says get the data in centimeters. Now, it is performed in these blocks of instruction. Cout enters
Okay, we'll prompt the user to enter the length in centimeter, and then cin will record whatever the user types from the keyboard, and cout end line will move the cursor to the following line. Now, here the steps is calculate the total length inches, which is equal to length in centimeters times by 0.393701. Okay, I'm gonna do that. We say length. Oops, I need lowercase. Let's say length total inches will be equal to length length centimeters times by the constant centimeters to inches. Okay, semicolon. Now this will calculate the total length in inches, and then the following step says calculate the length in yards. So I'm gonna say if I enter length in yards, I'm gonna say length. It was already declared. So lowercase length length yards. Length yards will be equal to now it will be the total length here in inches. So I'm gonna say length total length in inches divided by the constant inch into yards. See, yeah, yards, semicolon, and then to calculate now the length into feet, I need to use the modulus operator, and in C++, the modulus operator is given by the percentage, the mathematical percentage sign. And I say length in feet then will be equal to length total inch mode, not mode is percentage the constant inches to yards. Okay, so this is equal to 36, and then I must divide it by 12, so I can just put brackets here, round brackets here, round brackets, and then I'll say divide by the constant inches to feet, and then semicolon. Now if I need to calculate the length given in inches, so I can just say lowercase length inches equal to I can just take all this, copy this, and then pass it here, but then I change by the modulus operator percent. Now this will work. Okay, let's see if the program works. Okay, before let's display the program. The output must be something like cout yeah, this is the output. Just move this, just leaves a space, empty space here, and then it will display the length in centimeters what the user types from the keyboard, and then we'll say centimeters, and then this is equal to total length in inches. I'm gonna say inches, or it is also equivalent to the length in yards, in feet, and in inches. Now let's compile the program and run. Okay, let's say we entered the length, like let's say 312, and we press enter. It tells us here it's 122 inches instead of 123, because the question says in the question here it is said 123 inches. Anyway, 3 yards 1 foot and 2 inches instead of 3 inches. Something wrong? Yes, we need to go back. This is the fourth step to test the program. Let's go back in the program and then see what we can fix here. Okay, here remember that we have let the total length to be the length, the total length in inches were declared as double. Okay, and then so if we want the nearest integer here, because they said um, to the nearest integer inch, so this will we need to convert this to the nearest integer by the help of the function round. The round function will convert this to the nearest integer, and then it will store this value rounded to nearest integer into the total length, and here calculation will be performed. Now let's compile the program and run again. Now let's see if I entered 312 and then press enter, et voila, we have 312 centimeters is 123 inches, or it is 3 yards, 1 foot and 3 inches. Thank you. Well, the question says write a program to implement and test the algorithm that you designed for exercise 15 chapter 1. Now, exercise 15 chapter 1 says design an algorithm to find the weighted average of full test score to the four scores and their respective weight are given in the following format: test score 1 and weight 1, etc. Now, declare test scores 1 to test score 4 as integers, and also declare results 1 to result 4 as double, and then test score average, or maybe I can call it weighted average. Okay, I can just leave it like that. Test score average as double. Now, here are the constants. Are the constants for the weight? So weight 1, weight 2, weight 3, weight 4 declared, and then in this blocks of instruction, we let the program to prompt the user to enter the four text scores. Let's see, C5. I meant 4. See, 4 test scores, and in records whatever the user types from the keyboard, and I think we need to move also the following line and line, and out moves the cursor to the following line, and then this is where I calculate the result. Let's say result 1 will be test score 1 plus times weight 1. Same also for all the results. Okay, test score times weight. Now the test score average will be result 1 plus result 2 plus result 3 plus result 4, and then let me just say here weighted average will be test score average as written there. Now let's compile the program and run it. Alright, so we have enter 4 test scores. Let's say the first test score is 70. Okay, I'm going to take the very same test score that we got here: 75, 95, 85, and 65. Let's see. 75, 90, 85, and 65. Am I right? Yeah, I am. Oh, 95. Okay, let's just stop there by 90. And then when we press enter, it tells us the weighted average, which is 78.75. Thank you. Well, the question says a milk carton can hold 3.78 liters of milk. Each morning, a dairy farm ships carton of milk to a local grocery store. The cost of producing 1 liter of milk is $0.38, and the profit of each carton of milk is $0.27. Write a program that does the following. A. Prompt the user to enter the total amount of milk produced in the morning. B. Output the number of milk cartons needed to hold milk. Round your answer to the nearest integer. C. Output the cost of producing milk. D. Output the profit for producing milk. Alright. Well, we're going to solve this problem by following the programming cycle. But before we do that, let's first, in our imagination, go ahead and think and see this program working. Well, imagine that you have a program that displays this information. This program calculates and displays the quantity of milk produced, the number of cattle, the cost of production, and the profit. Then it immediately prompts the user to enter milk quantity produced in liters. Let's say the milk quantity produced was 100 liters, and then when you press enter, it says quantity produced 100 liters, number of cattle 26, cost of production $38, and then profit $7.02. Thank you. Welcome. Well, we're going to split the programming cycle into 4 steps. And the very first step in programming cycle is understand the problem. This is where we ask ourselves questions like what is the output, and what are the inputs, and how do they relate. Okay, the output here, you see outputs, and then I want to see here inputs. Okay, the output here is I want to say it is okay, output the number of milk, so number of milk carton, so it's the output, and then the cost of producing milk, and also profit for producing milk. So here the outputs, I'm going to abbreviate it as number of milk carton, and then I'm going to abbreviate CP, cost of producing milk, and I'm going to say PP, profit for producing. And then the input is they say it prompts the user to enter the total amount of milk produced. So the total amount of milk, I'm going to say TA, let's just abbreviate like that, total amount of milk produced. Now we also have some constants, okay, input constants here, that 3.78. Okay, maybe I should change the color. Let's take something like this. 3.78, the constant, which is the capacity of milk carton, and then the cost of producing 1 liter is 0.38, and the cost of the profit for
of each carton is 0.27. Now, if we need to calculate the number of carton, we will do okay, number of carton. We will do uh, the total amount produced. Okay, total amount produced of milk produced divided. This must be divided by 3.78. Okay, 3.78. This will give us the number of the amount of carton. And then now to calculate the cost of producing milk, we will do let's say cost of producing CP must be the total amounts of milk produced TA, because this is expressed into liters, times by 0.38. Okay, because this is the cost of producing 1 liter. So if you have 10 liters here, it's going to be 10 liters times this. And what about the profit of production? Then we will do PP, profit for producing milk. I'm going to write it here. PP will be number of cartons, because this is said profit of each carton, so it's going to be number of carton times by 0.27. Now that we understand the problem, the following step is to plan the logic. And this is how I plan to organize my steps. Step 1, declare quantity produced, carton capacity, cost per liters, profit per carton, and cost production profit as 14 points. Then step 2, okay, a number of carton as integer. Voilà. And then step 2, it will prompt the user to enter quantity produced. And then step 3, get the data. And then step 4, calculate number of carton by using this formula. Step 5, calculate cost of production. Step 6, calculate profit of calculate profit. And then step 7, calculate display the output. Thank you. Well, now the following step is to write the code. I want to do that by the help of the algorithm that I designed earlier, and the questions is there, and the algorithm also. The algorithm, I mean, well, first it says declare quantity produced. Let me just make it bigger. Okay, just like that. Declare quantity produced, carton capacity, and all this. I declare the quantity produced, and then I declare as double, and I declare also the carton capacity, the cost per liter, profit per carton, and all these constants, because they were given the question. Now I also declare number of carton as integer, and then cost of production and the profit. Then I think it is a good programming habit to let the program tell the user what it does. So this is the purpose of these lines of instruction. And then the step says prompt the user to enter the quantity produced, and step 3 says get the data. So this is I did it here. These blocks of instructions prompt the user to enter the quantity produced, and then record whatever the user types, and moves the cursor to the following line. Now step 4, from step 4 calculation starts. So now we need to calculate the number of carton. We say number of carton quantity produced divided by carton capacity. So we will do number of carton equal to quantity produced divided by carton capacity, semicolon. And then we also need to calculate
the cost of production. So the cost of production will do cost production. So let's say cost of production. No, cost production equal to quantity produced times the uh, cost per liter, and then I'm gonna do also the profit. The profit is a number of carton times profit per carton. So profit will be no, lowercase profit. Profit will be equal to the number of carton times profit per carton, semicolon. Now okay, step 7, this step 7 is a mistake, so it wasn't supposed to be there. Let me just this is not part of this algorithm. Now step 8 is output quantity produced and the cost of production profit. Then I will add to display the results. I'm going to say C out must be C out. So we can just do this. Okay. Now we say quantity produced will be quantity produced liters, and then move the case of the following line. Number of carton equal to number carton, and line to move the case of the following line. Cost of production also, and then profit. Yes, and then we can compile. Now we're ready to go. We can run the program. Okay, now we can enter the quantity produced. Let's say any quantity. Let's say like 200 liters, and then do display this information. Quantity produced 200, number of carton 52, and cost of production is $76, and profit is $14.04. Thank you. Well, the following question says redo exercise 18 so that the user can also input the cost of producing 1 liter of milk and the profit on each carton of milk. Alright, in this situation, I'm going to keep the same program I did here, but these constants will no longer be valid, so I can transform them to comments. So I'm just going to put the 2/ to make them like comments, so they won't affect the program. Then I will change these constant variables because now they become variables because the user needs to enter the values. So I'm going to say here double. I'm going to say cost per liter, comma, and then profit per carton. You see, profit per carton. Semicolon. And then let's put space. Okay, now I need also to prompt the user to enter this. Let's say you see the C out. Let's see the program will say enter the costs per cost of producing. Okay, I'm gonna say cost of producing 1 liter of milk. Semicolon, and then cin, and then we need to allow the program to record whatever the user types as a label. Cost label it as cost per liter. Let's say semicolon, and then C out. I want the program to prompt the user to enter the profits on each carton of milk. enter the profit of each carton of milk, and then cin. Then I need to prompt the user to enter how I label profit per carton. Say profit per carton, and then cout next line to move the case to the following line. And then yes, it's going to be like that. Now this calculation must change. This one will change. I'm going to change it to cost per liter. So cost per liter. And then this also is changed. This constant will change also to profit per carton. Now we can Now we can compile the program and run. Start the program. And the program displays this. This program calculates and display the quantity of milk produced, the number of cartons, the cost of producing, and the profit. So enter milk quantity produced in liters. Let's say 300 liters. When we press enter, the program will prompt again the user to enter the cost of producing 1 liter of milk. Let's say the cost of producing 1 liter is 0.29. And then we press enter. It will prompt the user to enter also the profit on of each carton of milk. Let's say the profit is 0.15, something like that. And then when you press enter, and then the program displays these results. Thank you. Well, the question says you found an exciting summer job for 5 weeks. It pays, say, $15.50 per hour. Suppose that's the total tax you pay on your summer job. Income is 14%. After paying the taxes, you spend 10% of your net income to buy new clothes and add accessories for the next school year, and 1% to buy school supplies. After buying clothes and school supplies, you use 25% of the remaining money to buy saving bonds. For each dollar you spend to buy saving bonds, your parents spent $0.50 to buy additional saving bonds for you. Write a program that prompts the user to enter the pay rates for an hour and the number of hours you worked each week. The program then output the following: your income before and after tax from your summer job, the money you spent on clothes and other accessories, the money you spent on school supplies, the money you spent to buy saving bonds, the money your parents spent to buy additional and saving bonds. Okay. Well, there is a problem with this question. I think because here what the program says, write a program that prompts the user to enter the pay rate. But the pay rate is said here. It says pays, say, $15.50 per hour. So I think I need to remove this. Okay. I think it's a mistake. So let's say it's not this. Now, yes, the rest is still correct. It's also still part of the question. Now, we're going to solve the problem by following the programming cycle, which we break down into 4 steps. But before we do that, let's first, through our imagination, go see ahead how such a program may work. Now, let's move in the future and see how the program works. So, if imagine that we have a program that does this. Imagine we have a program that displays this message. This program will display from
displays your income before and after tax in other expenses like clothes. Money spent on other expenses like clothes, school supplies, saving bonds, and additional saving bonds. So let's say we enter the pay rate. I'm going to say my pay rate is like $50. And then when you press enter, the program prompts the user to enter the number of the week, the number of the hours worked the week. Let's say you work like 40 hours. Press enter, and then the program tells the initial income. It calculates the income including tax, money spent to buy clothes, money spent to buy saving bonds, money spent to buy additional saving bonds. Thank you. You're welcome. Okay. Um, Well, we have decided to solve the problem by following the programming cycle, which we structured, we split it into 4 steps. The first step is understand the problem. This is where we identify the outputs and the inputs in the problem, and then we see how the outputs and inputs relate. So let's first identify the output. The question says your income. Okay, the output is it's usually the last sentence in the question. When the question says the program then outputs the following: your income before and after tax. So this is the output: income before and income after tax. The money spent on clothes and other accessories. Money spent on school supplies, and money spent to buy saving bonds, and money parents spent to buy additional saving bonds. Now these are the outputs, and then the input here is what? Write a program. The question says write a program that prompts the user to enter the pay rate and the number of hours worked. So those are the inputs. So pay rate is the input, and the number of hours worked. Alright, okay, I'm gonna label these as because we're just trying to understand the question, so I'm gonna label the pay rate as a PR, numbers of hours worked, I'll say NH, and I'm gonna call income before tax, let's say IBT, and then IAT for income after tax, and then money spent of clothes and accessories, let's say C, and the money spent, but all these are together, right? Because the question says after buying clothes, okay, before that, say 1% to buy 10% of your net income to buy new clothes and other accessories. This is just one thing. Let's just one thing. Let's just do this. Those they all. I say C, clothes and other accessories. Let's say CA. Okay, so to say clothes and other accessories. And school supplies, I'm going to say SS, school supplies. Saving bonds, I'm going to say SB. And additional saving bonds, let me say ASB. Alright. Now, those are outputs. Let's now see how they do relate with the inputs. I want to do here the income before tax. I'm going to write it here. Income before tax, we do know this must be number of hours worked times the pay rate, or pay rate times number of hours. So it's going to be PR times NH, number of hours worked. Or maybe let's just use the same color. I'm going to say it's going to be NH times by PR. And then income after tax, then this must be income before tax. minus 14%. 14% is written as 14 over 100. Okay, 14%, because why 14%? Because 14% is the income. They say the tax rate. The tax rate, it says tax you pay on your summer job is 14%. Okay, so now, but it is 14% of something. It must be 14% of the initial income. So this must be 14% of IBT, the income before tax, that initial income. So 14% of IBT. So this IBT. Now we can improve this formula. This is something that we learn in mathematics that we call a common factor. We can see that we have IBT here and we also have IBT there. So we can take IBT as a common factor and then say this income after tax equal to IBT. We open bracket, it's going to be 1 minus 14%. Okay, it's going to be 1 minus 14 over 100. And then 14 over 100 is like, it's just 0.14, okay? 0.14. This is 0.14. Now 0.14 is 1 minus 0.14 is 0.86. So we can just say 0.86. Okay, maybe let's leave it like that. We don't need to go further because let's leave it at 14%. Okay, minus 14%. What I said is not strong, but I prefer to leave it now like that. Okay. Now the income. Now we need to calculate also the money spent on clothes. What does the question says? It said that we use 10%. 10% of your net income to buy new clothes and other accessories. Okay, 10% of the net income. Net income is the income after tax. So this will be calculated as I was saying, as the income after tax, that net income, multiplied by 10%. Okay, 10%. This is what it means. 10% is 10 over 100, but I'll leave it like that for now. And then the following question says the money you spent on school supplies. Now we need to calculate school supplies. How many percent? It was, say, okay. We said 10%, and after buying clothes and supplies, you use 25% of the remaining money to buy saving bonds. Now we need to be careful here. The question says it is important to highlight this. I want to highlight this. It is said you use 25% of the remaining money. So meaning after that we have buy clothes. After that we have pay tax and then buy clothes. Now that money, 25% of that money. So this will be calculated as this will be equal to income after tax minus money spent on clothes times 25%. Okay, 25%. So it's 25 or 100 like that because of space. And then the following question says, okay, we need to calculate now the saving bonds. And what the question says about saving bonds? It is said to buy saving. Okay, 25% of use 25% of the remaining money to buy saving bonds. Oh no, okay, I think it is 10% on your net income to buy new clothes and other accessories for the next school year, and 1% to buy school supplies. No, so this is not. Let me correct here. School supply is not calculated like this, but 1%. Sorry, I'm gonna say school supply. School supply will be, so we use 1% of
1%. The question says here to buy clothes and accessories for the next year, and 1% to buy school supplies. Okay, so 1% of that money is gonna be 1% of the net income. So it's gonna be net income is income before after tax. So income after tax times 1%. 1%. Now, for saving bonds, I'm gonna write here SB. For saving bonds, then they say 25% of the remaining money. So we're going to take the net income, which means the income after tax, minus the money spent on clothes, what I call and accessories, minus also the money spent on school supplies, SS. Now we're going to take 25% of that money. So here we times this by 25%. 25%. Okay, maybe I should write it better. Let me see. Times 25%. Alright. Now we also need to calculate the additional saving bonds, and then they said the question says here your parent spent $0.50 to buy additional saving bonds for you. Okay, no, it says here for each dollar you spend to buy saving bonds, your parents spent $0.50 to buy additional saving bonds for you. Well, in other words, your parents spent 50% of the money that you spent on saving bonds. So I'm gonna do. Let me just. I'm gonna move it, write it a little bit here. Like let's see, additional saving bonds. This will be equal to saving bonds that you do, saving bonds times 0.5, okay, which is 50% times 0.5. Now, after that, we understand the problem. The next step is to plan the logic. This is where we decide on how to organize whatever we did here, which step to follow, and how to order those steps. Well, now we're going to use a technique called algorithm to write the steps to plan the logic. And first start by declaring my variables as a floating point, all of them there, and then I declare also the total tax, declare the constant total tax and the clothes, accessory, etc. And step 3, prompt the user to enter pay rate and number of hours worked, and also get whatever the user types from the keyboard. Step 5, calculate the income. Step 6, calculate the net income, and then calculate the clothes and accessories, calculate supplies, school supplies, calculate saving bonds, calculate additional saving bonds, and then output the results. Well, after that, you have understand the problem, plan the logic. The following step is to write the code. I'm going to use C++ to do that by the help of the algorithm which I designed earlier. Okay, we can see that here we let the program. It's where we declare the variables, the constant, and then we also declare some variable here and the other variables here, and also here also I think it is a good programming habit to let the program tell the user what it does. So this will display this message. The program displays your income before tax, add expenses like clothes, supplies, etc. And then that's actually step 3 and 4. Prompt the user to enter pay rate, and it's prompt the user to enter pay rate, and then enter also the number of hours worked this week, and record whatever the user types, and see how it moves at the following line. Now, from step 5 to 9 and to 10, it's where calculations are now performed. Now we will do step 5 says calculate initial income. So we see here I label it as initial. Okay, let me call it net income. Net income. Okay, like that. So to calculate initial income, we'll do initial income equals to we said it's number of hours worked times pay rate. So we'll do pay rate times number of hours worked, and then the net income, which is the following step. Net income will be say net income will be initial income minus okay, I'm gonna apply this formula, initial income times, okay, I'm gonna say times 1 minus total tax, so total tax over 100, semicolon, and then clothes and accessories. I said money spent on clothes and accessories equals to net income times what is it? That will be net income times oh yeah, there's something that misses here, but it's not, it's actually clothes and accessory times clothes, not this, but rather not this, rather instead this we're supposed to say clothes and accessory constant, clothes and accessories, accessory. Okay, I'm gonna leave it like that. Now I'm gonna say here this will be the net income times clothes. I call it by clothes here. See, over 100, and then the next school supplies. So you see, school supplies equals to net income times school supplies over 100, and then we need to calculate also the saving bounds. So I'm gonna do saving bounds. This will be actually net income minus clothes and all this. Okay, I say this will be net income minus money spent on clothes minus school supplies, all this. Okay, we take 25% of it times by saving bounds. Okay, the constant saving bounds, okay, voilà. Now we also need to calculate additional saving bounds, which is saving bounds times, okay, see, additional saving bounds, add, okay, I label it as add saving bounds equal to saving bounds times add saving bounds over okay, add saving bounds, which is already which was already 0.50, correct. So now we press semicolon. Then we can display this. We can display the result by just doing, okay, say something like income, out income, initial income, and history. Okay, this one was declared as net income. Net income. Alright, okay, net income. And voilà. Now we are ready to go. This is underlined, maybe because the semicolon is supposed to be, semicolon was missing here. Semicolon, and now everything is alright. And then we are ready to start the program. Voilà, the program is working, and then it's asking for the pay rate. Let's see if the pay rate is like 50.50 as it was suggested in the question, and then we press enter. It acts like number of hours worked, usually 40 hours, and then we press enter, and the program will display all this information, initial income and all this. Okay, to embed the program, because this is not part of this line is not part of the program, is where my work is located. I'm gonna do something like put like the manipulate operator end line there, and then the program will I think the program will be displayed properly. Now we have something like this, and then let's say the period is 15.50, and then we press enter. Let's say 40 hours, and then enter. Et voila, this is the information we needed. Thank you. Well, the question says the permutation of three objects A, B, and C is any arrangement of these objects in a row. For example, some of the permutations of these objects are ABC, BCA, and CAB. The number of permutations of three objects is 6. Suppose that these three objects are strings. Write a program that prompts the user to enter 3 strings. The program then outputs the 6 permutations of those strings. Alright, now let's first go in the future and then see how this program will work. Well, imagine that we have a program that displays information. This program prompts the user to enter 3 strings. The program then outputs the 6 permutation of those strings. And then the program says, please enter 3 strings, and then prompt the user to enter the first string. Let's say the first string is, mathematics. And then when the user presses enter, the program prompts the user to enter the second string. Let's say computer. And then when you press enter, and then the program prompts the user to enter the third string, which is programming. Let's say programming. And then when you press enter, then the program will display the following 6 arrangements. You can see mathematics, computer programming, then mathematics, programming computer, then computer, mathematics, programming, computer, programming mathematics, programming mathematics, computer, programming, computer mathematics. Thank you. You're welcome. Well, imagine that we have a program that displays information. This program prompts the user to enter 3 strings. The program then outputs the 6 permutation of those strings. And then the program says, please enter 3 strings, and then prompt the user to enter the first string. Let's say the first string is, mathematics. And then when the user presses enter, the program prompts the user to enter the second string. Let's say computer. And then when you press enter, and then the program prompts the user to enter the third string, which is programming. Let's say
programming. And then when we press enter, then the program displays the following 6 arrangements. We can see mathematics, computer programming, then mathematics, programming computer, then computer, mathematics, programming, computer, programming mathematics, programming, mathematics, computer, programming, computer, mathematics. Thank you. Well, this permutation is an arrangement of 3 elements without repetition. Okay, so now we have the elements here are the objects or A, B, and C. So let's say that's the objects here. These elements, object A, B, and C. Now, one of the permutation is A, B, C. The other permutation, okay, I prefer to do it in alphabetical order, so I don't miss anything. I will isolate the A. I want to keep it again A, and now I will interchange this. Maybe C, B. Then the third permutation can be, let's say, now I'm done with the permutation that starts with A. Okay, these are the only two that start with A. Now I want to take another variable, another object B. Now B, I want to say B, A, C. Then another will be B, and then I interchange this one C, A. I'm done with the combination of that start with B. No more than these two. Now I'm going to take C, okay, C, and then let's say C, A, B, and then the last must be C, B, A. There is no more permutation, no more combination formed by ABC than these 6. Okay, this is how I prefer to do this problem. First of all, I declare variables. Okay, there's no constants here. I declare variables. Let's do this. I declare my variables like string 1, string 2, and string 3. And then, as I said, I usually say, I think it is a good programming habit to let the program tell the user what does the program do. So this block of instructions tells the user, okay? Tells the user. Or just tell the user, okay? Now, and then this, I say, please enter 3 strings. And now this block of instructions, cout, allow the user to enter the first string, and then cin prompt the user to enter, record whatever the user types, get it, and then cout moves to the following, moves the cursor to the following line. Same for the first, the second, and the third. Then I start putting my arrangements here in the same order, or as I did before. You can notice that string 1, 2, 3, and then this time when I say 1, and then here I say 3 and 2. Okay, maybe I should write it here. I wanna abbreviate. I don't wanna write a lot. I just wanna say, okay, the strings are like string 1, string 2, and then string 3. So I'll go string 1, string 2, and then string 3. Then I'm gonna repeat the string 1, and then I swap these two, string 3, and then string 2. Now that I'm done with the combination that starts with string 1, I'm gonna take this combination that starts with string 2, string 1, and then string 3. And then I do again string 2. I swap this because this is the other combination, the last combination that starts with string 2, and then string 1 there. I'm done. Then I take the combination that starts with string 3, and then I say string 1, and then string 2. And now here we got string 3, and then we swap these combinations, string 2, and then string 1. So these are the six combinations, okay? The 6 permutations of string 1, string 2, and string 3. This is what we did here. String 1, we just leave space in between, and then we leave space also for the string 3. Or yeah, and then this is how it's done. And then I press return 0, and we're done. Now let's start debugging.
it shows this. Okay, the program prompts the user to enter 3 strings, and voila, we can start enter the strings. I'm gonna take a string like a name like Aaron, string 1 Aaron, Shindy, Chilling. When we press enter, it gives all the combination of Aaron, Shindy, Chilling, Aaron, Shindy, Chilling, Aaron, Chilling, Shindy, Shindy, Aaron, Chilling, all the combinations. Aaron, Shindy, Chilling is the name of someone I know. Thank you. Well, the question says, write a program that prompts the user to input a number of quarters, dimes, and nickels. The program then outputs the total value of the coins in pennies. Alright, okay, let's first go ahead and see how the program will work. In our imagination, let's say we have a program that does that. Well, imagine that we have a program that displays this information. This program prompts the user to input a number of quarters, dimes, and nickels. The program then outputs the total value of the coins in pennies. Okay, let's say number of quarters is like let's say 10 quarters, because we do know that 10 quarters will be the quarter is 25 pennies, so with 10 quarters it's going to be 250 pennies. So we press enter, and then enter the number of dimes, let's say 10 dimes, and then we know that 10 dimes means 100 pennies, because one dime is 10 pennies, 10 dimes will be 100, so 250 is 100, makes 350. Now let's enter now the number of nickels. Let's say one nickel are like is 5 pennies. 5 pennies. So let's say if I say 10 nickels, and then I've already one nickel is 5 pennies, so 10 nickel will be 50 pennies. So 250 plus 100 plus 50 makes 400 exactly. So if we when we press enter, the program displays yes exactly 400 pennies. Exactly. Thank you. You're welcome. Well, we're going to solve this problem by following the programming cycle. The first step in the programming cycle is understand the problem. Okay, it's why we ask ourselves questions like what are the outputs? Okay, why? Because it is what the user wants to see, and then what are the inputs, and how the outputs and the inputs relate. Okay, outputs is, as I said, what the user wants to see. Here is the total number of pennies, of corn in pennies, and the input here is the number of the quarters, numbers of dimes, and numbers of nickels. Now, how do they relate? We do know that one quarter has 25 nickels. 25 pennies. So if we enter the number of quarters here, we need to times this by 25. Okay, and then the one dime has 10 pennies, so we times by 10, and one nickel has 5 pennies. So now to calculate the number of pennies here, we can just add the product here of quarters times 25 plus the product here of dimes and 10, and the product of nickel with 25. Let's take an example. Let's say the number of quarters were 10, and then nickels 10, and pennies 5. So this makes what? 10 times 25 makes 250. 10 times 10 makes 100. And then 5 times, let's say 5, 10 here. Okay, so can make our life easier. Let's say 10 here also. 10 times 5 makes 50. Okay, now the sum of all this, 250 plus 100 plus 150, this is equal to 400. Yes, so the program works perfectly. Now the following step is to plan the logic.
how we structure this is where we decide on which step to follow and how to organize those steps. And then the following step is to choose a programming language to write the code, and finally to test the program by seeing how the program will display and check for logical errors. Well, here's the question. I declare my variables as integers, a number of quarters, number of dimes, and number of nickels. And then here I also declare total pennies. Okay. Now, then as I said, I think it's a good programming habit to let the user know by the program what it does. So this blocks of instruction says this program prompt the user to enter a number of quarters, dimes, and nickels, and then end line will just move this to the following line. I could use the /n, but I just use this. So the program then output the total etc. Then these blocks of instruction will just prompt the user to enter the number of quarters and then recode whatever the user types, and then moves by the last here, the end line moves the case of the following line. Same for each blocks here. Then we need to display the output. So I'm going to say cout. I say total. Let's say total number of pennies is, okay, let's just say total number of pennies, this, and then I'm gonna do this. Then I go, let's say it's gonna be quarter times num of quarters times 25, and then plus num of dimes times 10, and then plus num of nickels times 5. Yes, times 5, because I have 5 nickels in the 5 pennies in 1 nickel, and then we're done. We can just now see end line. Maybe move the cursor twice, and we're done. We can just compare the program and run. When you start the program, it displays this. Et voilà. Now let's enter. Let's say any number. So I'm going to take a random number. Let's say 78 quarters, and then 50 dimes, and then 44 nickels. When we press enter, the program will say number of pennies 2670. Thank you. Well, the question says Newton's law states that the force F between two bodies of masses m1 and m2 is given by F equal to k times m1 m2 all over d squared, in which k is the gravitational constant and d is the distance between the bodies. The value of k is approximately 6.67 times 10 to the power of negative 8 dyne, centimeter squared over g squared, centimeter squared per gram squared. Write a program that prompts the user to input the masses of the bodies and the distance between the bodies. The program then output the force between the bodies. Alright, let's first imagine, okay, we have a program that has actually performed this calculation. Well, imagine that you have a program that prompts the user to input the masses of the two bodies and the distances between the bodies. The program then outputs the force between the bodies. Let's say, and the program also prompts the user to enter the masses, the mass of two bodies. Let me enter the masses, separate them by space. I'm going to say, let's say the first mass is like 100 and the other is 120. And then when I press enter, the program also prompts the user to enter the distance between the bodies. Let's say that 50, okay, let's say 50 units. And then when the user press enter, the program displays this result. Tells okay, the bodies we entered and the final answer. Thank you. You're welcome. Alright, because we're not sure about the because we're not sure about the unit, so we prefer not to write the units next to it, so we leave the solutions like that. Well, let's say, okay, the question seems straightforward, so I'll just go straight into the program. This is where this part here I declared my variables. It is important to note that 6 comma this part here, say this one, so 6, okay, 6 comma 67 times 10 to the power of -8 is a scientific notation which can be written as 0 comma 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 and then 8 on the right, 6 and then 6 7. So now, because if I move the comma I mean 8 times, so meaning I move it like 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8, so that's where the comma is. So it can be written like that. I prefer to write it like this. If you look there, we count the number of 0, the position is like 1. Okay, it means this C++ gives me the value of the double variables. So it's correct. Then I declare this as a constant, so I say const double k, because we have the fixed value. And then, as I usually say, I think it's a good programming habit to let the program tell the user what it does. And then this block of instruction here prompts the user to enter the mass of the bodies and then the distance between the bodies. And every time it moves the cursor to the following line, and then calculation will be performed here. I use the very formula as here. So we say the force equal to k. So these are k times in the brackets. I put 2 brackets because okay, I wanted to do something like this. See the same thing, but to be more precise, I put CS. The outer bracket is the bracket for the product of the mass, and between these products, the division between the product of the mass and the product of the distance. Okay, so far we don't know much. There is okay, I need to write distance squared. I prefer to use d times d because we know they both have exponent of 1. So this means we add it. We keep the variable, the basis, and then we add exponents. That makes 1. But later on, we will learn another library for mathematics operator. In that case, we don't need to write d times c. We can just do d and the carry and 2. But this is performed in a library called cmath. Okay, we can just write cmath in include. You see, include, and then the brackets in the angle bracket there we write cmath. But anyway, we're not there yet, so I prefer to use d times d to mean d squared. And then here is where I display the information. I wanted the program to equal the inputs, okay, what the user typed, and then also display the force, the distance between, I mean the force between the two bodies. Now let's compile. Now let's start debugging the program. Yes, we can see the program is working, and then it displays information. I need to enter the mass of the bodies. Okay, let's just do something like this. Okay, let's say the body is like let me say 150, and then the other body is like 180, and then press enter. The distance between the bodies, let's say they're 60, and then when you press enter, the program will display this information. Alright, note that we don't know about the units. I'm not really sure about the units used here. I know force is expressed in Newton, so but I don't know because the distance here was not given. I don't know if it's centimeters or meters, and the mass, I don't know, it's gram probably, I guess. Yeah, but I prefer to leave just get the results here. So thank you. Well, let's first move ahead and go ahead and see how this program is performed. Well, imagine that you have a program that will display this information is still included. It's in pounds per day. The program then outputs the number of days in the stream, 102 days. Let's see that is this the amount the amount of pounds in bounces. Let's see, it's 4%. If you press enter, then the program will display this information. So, 24 pounds in 1 day, and then the number of days will be 31 systems. Is 90. Okay. You're welcome. Well, okay. This time now, I declare the variables and constants as the amount of rice and then bags needed, and then this is already given the constant pounds per metric. If you look at the question here, make it smaller, do something like that. Hope it is visible enough. You can see that this 2000 and it's not really okay. 2,205 is actually the pounds per metric. The pound per metric ton I declare it as a constant, and it is an integer. And then so the amount of rice is this, and then the bags needed, as we can see there. Now, as I always say, I think it is a good programming habit to let the user know what the program does. So this message will provide this information, and then here the program will prompt the user to enter the amount of rice, and will record whatever the user types and moves the cursor to the following line, actually 2 lines. And then of course this is where calculations perform. Number of bags now will be okay. Check this out. This is an integer, okay, and this is a floating point, amount of rice. Now, if we do floating integer divided by floating point, this will be converted to a floating point. Now, around it, the nearest integer, and then I store that to an integer. I think this will work better, and then it will display the amounts. Here is where the program will display the amount of rice that the user typed, and also the bags needed to store 1 metric ton of rice. Now let's compile the program and run. If we start the program, and then it will display this. Voilà. Now it will prompt the user to enter the amount of rice. Let's say the amount of rice in pounds. Okay, let's say it's like 28. When you press enter, and then this will display this information. Thank you. Well, the question says, Cindy uses the services of a brokerage firm to buy and sell stocks. The firm charges 1.5% services charges on the total amount for each transaction, buy or sell. Once Cindy sells stocks, she would like to know if she gained or lost on a particular investment. Write a program that allows Cindy to input the number of shares sold, the purchase price of each share, and the selling price of each share. The program output the amount invested, the total service charges, the amount gained or lost, and the amount received after selling the stocks. Alright, first of all, let's go a bit in the future and see how this program works. Now, well, imagine that we have a program that displays this message. This program allows Cindy to input the number of shares sold, the purchase price of each share, and the selling price of each share. The program output the amount invested in the total service charges, and amount gained or lost, and the amounts received after selling the stock. Please enter, and then the program prompt the user to enter the number of shares sold. Let's see, the shares sold was 15, and then we press enter, and then it displays, it prompts the user to enter the purchase price of each share, let's say 12, and then the selling price of each share, let's say 15, and then when you press enter, the program displays this information, the total amount invested, and the service charges, and the selling price, and also profit or loss. Because this is a positive, it doesn't have a negative sign in front. This is again the profit again. Now let's consider the case where we have a loss. Now imagine that the number of shares sold is 15, and the purchasing price of each share is 12 as previously. But now the selling price, let's say 11. When we press enter, we can see that we can consider that the negative sign here for profit or loss, meaning it's a loss because it has a negative sign in front of the number, the amount. So this means the loss of 15.45.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Welcome. Well, we will solve this problem by following the programming cycle, as we split that into 4 different steps. The first step is when we understand the problem. By this we mean that we ask ourselves a few questions like, what does the user want to see? Meaning, what is the output, and what are the outputs, and then what are the inputs, and how they do relate with the output. Now, let's see the output here. Let's see output, and then inputs. Now, first let's list the outputs. The output is usually in the last sentence of the equation. So the program outputs the following. So would I say the program outputs the amount invested, the total service charges, the amount gained or lost, and the amount received after selling the stocks. So now let's abbreviate them as amount invested, AI, total service charge, and amount gained or lost, and amount received after selling the stocks. Now, the inputs. The input, they say the program to inputs are the number of shares sold, the purchase price of each share, and the selling price of each share. Now, I'm going to abbreviate them as number of shares sold, purchase price of each share, and then the selling price of each share. Alright, now how the outputs relate with the inputs. Okay, how do the outputs relate to the inputs? We need to find the amount invested. An amount invested must be number of shares sold, okay, times, so it must be the number of shares sold times the times by the purchase price of each share. But now it's not finished, because we also have the service charges. Okay, so 1.5% of service charges on the total amount of each transaction. So we first need to plus the total service charge. Now, total service charge is not calculated. We need to calculate the total service charge in order to find the amount invested. So total service charge need to be calculated first. So when I say I want to do total service charge must be equal to the number of shares sold times by 1.5%, which means 1.5 over 100, and then this can be substituted in this in this equation. I put like, yes, it is an equation to solve the amount invested, and then let's calculate the amounts gain and loss. Before we do that, okay, I'm going to say 1. Let me label this 1, 2, And then before we do this one, we must do the amount received after selling, because this is like revenue. Then we can calculate the profit or the loss. Now let's do let's calculate the amount received after selling the stocks. This must be the amount invested plus the selling price. This SPS stands for the selling price of each share. So the selling price of each share will be selling price of each share times by the number of shares sold. SS, the number of shares sold. Now then we can calculate the amounts. Amount gain or lost, AGL, gain or loss. This will be calculated by doing and this times sharing sold, and now this will be calculated as by doing amounts received after selling the stocks minus the amount invested. This will determine the gain or the loss. So if the amount, if AGL, which stands for the amount gain or lost, is positive, then there is a gain. But if it is negative, then there is a loss. Thank you. Alright, so we can see that here in C++, we first variables are not performed unless they are declared. So now this is what I declare my variables: the share sold, the purchasing price, the selling price, the amount invested, and the total serving charges, and the profit or loss, amount received, etc. And the constant also declared as a double. Now and then as I usually say, I think it is a good programming habit to let the program tell the user whatever it does. So this set of instructions will display what the program does. It will display this message. The program allows Cindy to input the number of shares sold, the purchase price, and whatever, basically what the question asks here. Then the following block of instruction will prompt the user to enter the share sold, the purchasing price of each share, and the selling price of each share. And we record whatever the user types and moves the cursor to the following line. And then this side is where calculations are performed. Let's see, calculations. There calculations are performed. As we understood the problem that the total serving charge must be the share sold times the serving charge is over 100, because it's 1.5%. So we divide by 100, and the amount invested must be the share sold times the purchasing price, yes, plus the total service charge. Okay, and then the selling price, I mean the profits or loss is determined by doing the selling price minus the amount invested. And then this block of instruction will just display the solution. Thank you.